Lions finishing up their practice. Their players are now signing some autographs and coming off the field. Lots of little kids on the field. Hopefully they got through this one unscathed. Would be nice if that were the case. But it seemed like a shorter practice today than what we saw yesterday for sure, by at least a half an hour. But then we saw this note that just came down 20 minutes ago or so. The Bengals apparently, and this is according to Ben Baby, who covers the Bengals for ESPN. He says the Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow, wide receiver Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence will all play versus Detroit. That's interesting. It goes on to say B.J. Hill, Shamar Stewart are making progress. Safeties Dax Hill and Brian Cook have been ruled out. But the big offensive players there, the two top receivers and the quarterback, will play against the Lions on Thursday. Mark, I wonder if that's just because they're playing the game at home and give the home fans something to look at. I mean, we know the Lions, most of their starters are not going to play on Thursday's game at Cincinnati, but when they come back and play at Ford Field, they probably will play.
When it comes to the preseason, are you on team play or team stay?
Without saying I'm riding the fence on that, I want play in one of the games, and that's it.
Okay.
I think that they need to get – I think it behooves them for the starters, some of the starters to get their feet wet. Other starters, I think, would like to see some more run in them. It sounded like Dan Campbell basically said that Ratledge will not play on Thursday's game, that Miller will at right tackle, that he will play, but that Ratledge will not. He likes where Tate Ratledge is at right now, so not going to play. We know that Jared Goff's not going to play. I'm not sure how many starters we are going to see play on Thursday, but it sounds like, at least with the competition at right tackle with Larry Borum and Miller, that we're gonna see some competition there, and that Miller is going to play. Again, for what the Lions are going through now, because this year they don't have any of the joint practices like we've seen in the years past, where I love the joint practice. I think you get so much more out of a joint practice than you do out of a preseason game. To me, I loved having those here. They've decided not to do those this year. It's kind of like a business-like approach with the Lions this offseason. They haven't been saying too much, too loudly. They've just gone about their business. They only have 3 preseason games now. Only one of them is at home this year. If they want to hold out starters until they get a chance to play at home, I think that's a nice little nod to the fans. They get to see the starters playing that game. But for the one Thursday, does not bother me at all. I think the only thing that I'm a little concerned about is because of the center situation. However, if you're thinking that Juice Scruggs is going to be the starting center from day one of the regular season, and he's not likely to play this week because he hasn't returned to practice yet, then I can understand why you're not playing Jared Goff yet until he's playing with his guy.
This is just an observation, but Penei Sewell was kind of limping off, and I'm not building that bridge. He's limping. His kids just ran up to him, and he kind of went, just kind of eased into it a little bit. But it's a physical practice out there,
Yeah, it is. A lot going on in practices, and we'll see who plays in the game on Thursday. Looking forward to that for sure. We talked about the Tigers. A.J. Pierzynski remarks that were kind of crazy. Thinks the Tigers are bad for baseball. What they've done here by trading away their two of their best players at the trade deadline. What kind of message does that send to baseball that you're giving up when you should be rewarded for going for it? Well, I don't think A.J. Pierzynski understands the whole situation with the Tigers, that they're dealing with from a position of strength by trading away some starters. Albeit, trading away Tarek Skubal, you would think that's going to torpedo your rotation. But the reality is it doesn't. Trading Skubal and Mize would certainly lead you to think that if you're an outsider. But the reality is it doesn't. The Tigers have gotten great starting pitching this season. Keita Montero has really stepped up his game. He's been great. Troy Melton has been the best pitcher in baseball this year. Knocking on wood, he can stay healthy here, but it's only 80 innings, but a 1.46 earned run average in 80 innings is outstanding. They just got Jackson Jobe back, and he pitched a 5-inning shutout performance over the weekend on Saturday night. That was great. Great to see. I don't know if he's going to keep doing that, but I like what I saw out of Jackson Jobe hitting triple digits on the gun and commanding his other pitches, and he looks ultra confident in this. And then you've got your matchup like we're going to have tonight with Drew Anderson and a little bit of pitching chaos using the bullpen more because he's not completely stretched out yet. And then you've got the guy that you gave all the money to in the offseason, Framber Valdez, who has been much better lately in terms of being able to pitch longer, although he has a couple of clunkers in that mix. But the bottom line is, Mark, when he's good, he's great. And he's had more good performances than he's had bad performances, and now we're starting to see a stretch over the last 10 games where it's even more consistent with that. Now, the problem is you see the clunker, and you're like, this guy's terrible. He's awful. Be a clunker as long as the other 2 games out of your 3, you're stellar, that you can pitch 6 or 7 innings, and that's what we've seen him do.
Well, and especially with Framber, the scouting report him has been completely on point. What I heard coming over from Houston was elite-level stuff, mentally combusts. And I think working with the familiarity of A.J. Hinch helps him there, but we need to see him not fall apart, right? Like his bad starts should be 3 earned runs in 5 innings pitched, okay? Not tanks the entire game for the team. But it's been incredibly encouraging to see him kind of keep his command, maintain his command over a long stretch. That's what they're paying him to be.
You mentioned earlier that this team is quite attractive to watch play, and I agree with you. I think that they are, and I think the number one reason is because the youth on this team, we're starting to see the fruits of the labor of draft picks from Scott Harris. Does he know what he's talking about? I mean, look, his first draft pick ever was Max Clark, and now he's up with this team. That's exciting. That same draft took Kevin McGonigal, and he looks really good his rookie season. We're seeing guys like Eduardo Valencia and Hao-Yu Lee get a chance to play, and they do not look out of place at all. They developed Troy Melton as a pitcher. Jackson Jobe is getting his chance to come back now. This is a young baseball team overall that plays an attractive brand of baseball. And, oh, by the way, Dylan Dingler is emerging as perhaps a superstar in this league. He's playing like he's the best catcher in baseball, clearly. Is he taking these strides to become that next superstar? How many players, you had this question, we're going to get to it. How many players are actually in the core group of Detroit Tigers? And do they have a chance to have someone who is going to be an absolute superstar? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Earlier this week, Dan Campbell was asked if he would play Lions rookie first-round pick Blake Miller in the team's opening preseason game against the Bengals. Campbell said yes and was asked today if he would put Miller next to his likely fellow starters on the O-line, such as Tate Ratledge. Here's what he had to say. The Lions face the Bengals at 7 o'clock on Thursday for their first preseason game of the year. You can hear it right here on 97.1. Campbell also said today that Kirby Joseph is away from the team right now as he deals with a personal matter. He maintained that Joseph will likely return to the practice field around the same time as Brian Branch, which is expected to be late August or early September. Tigers and Guardians coming up tonight from Comerica Park as Detroit has returned home for a monumental 6-game homestand. Tigers have not yet beaten the Guardians this season as they have an 0-6 record with a -13 run differential. First pitch is at 6:40, pregame at 6:15 here on 97.1 tonight. And the Pistons will host the first game of the 2027 NBA season. The league announced today. That's October 20th against the Celtics at 3 o'clock at Little Caesars Arena. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome back. Carson Anderson program live from Lions training camp. The day has ended from practice. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a ton of what was going on there, but judging by what's being reported afterwards, nothing too earth-shattering going on here. Certainly would like to get a better gauge on what's happening with this center situation, but Drew Scruggs still maybe a couple days away from returning to practice, and looks like he'll get the chance, the first crack at being the starting center, unless Seth McLaughlin blows the doors off of people and watch what he can do in the game on Thursday against Cincinnati.
Is that the number one area of concern for you as we now begin the preseason? We've as you've mentioned, we've had back-to-back seasons where an entire position group has been wiped out. Defensive line in 2024, secondary in 2025. This is but what injury, but I would say that secondary is still my number one concern for these guys.
I'm going to say it is the center position because you've got a new offense that you're trying to install, and now you're already down one of those starting five. And even though depth-wise you might be able to handle it, but it's like having a good backup quarterback, there's still a drop-off, from the guy who's starting. And I don't know how big of a drop-off it's going to be, but I do have my bigger concern lies with the starting center situation for what will amount to probably the first 5 to 7 games of the season while Mays is out. I do have some concerns about the secondary. I like what I've been reading from the reporters, like what I've been hearing from the coaching staff. The guys like Whiteside have been very good. Avonte Maddox has been very good. Chuck Clark has made some plays from the safety position in there. There's some players that you like. You're hearing some good stuff about in the secondary. But my concern, I guess I'll say this to you as well. I'm always concerned about the secondary because I don't think there's any position group in football that has more attrition to it, injury-wise, than the secondary. You cannot have enough healthy defensive backs. That goes for corners specifically, or more importantly, but it goes for the safeties too. And we've seen that with the Lions, obviously, with the problems they have with Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch coming back from injuries. And learned today that Kirby Joseph is out right now because of a personal issue, but that he's on the same plan as Brian Branch, which they revealed today, which seems to indicate that they're not counting on Kirby Joseph to start this season active with the Lions and being able to play from game one. So that's a little disappointing, but this is why these reps are so important in training camp to get these other guys up to speed in the next man up mentality.
I mean, the best case scenario for that secondary is by the end of the season, you have Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph rounding into form. DJ Reed has performed admirably, and you found that second corner that you feel great about, right? There's a lot of question marks there, which is why that is the biggest concern for me on this team heading into the season. But center, absolutely. And the offensive line and the cohesion, the continuity that you're going to develop there is absolutely. So to me, I asked you if you are team play or stay for the preseason. I've become more team play because of the injury to Cade Mays, because I think you need to develop that continuity. In previous preseasons, we've almost seen the Lions be okay starting the season a little bit slow because they want to avoid the risk of injury in the preseason. And I understand that. But Jared Goff and Jahmyr Gibbs and the wide receivers, they're a big part of this continuity as well. I think this might shift how much Dan Campbell was preparing to play them.
Well, I mean, for the first game, it doesn't sound like they're going to play a bunch of starters. Game 2, I expect to see a lot of starters because it's the home game. Game 3 of the preseason could be an interesting one, and it'll depend on how much progress this team has made during training camp, how well the line has gelled, what kind of consistency we're seeing from them. 248-539-9797 to telephone number, same number to text. Let's go to Steve, who's on his cell phone. Steve, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Steve.
Hey, Gator. First of all, I just want to say I love your show. I listen to you guys every day. My fiance hates the fact that she is not allowed to change the station, and I got to thank Uncle Steve Pop for that. But first of all, she hates it. It's the only thing I listen to is 97.1. But anyway, first of all, I think it'd be a great tradition if the Pistons were to have an opening day like the Tigers. It'd be great for the city of Detroit, great for the fans, great for the team. Generate a lot of revenue, obviously, for the businesses. Number 2, the guy, what did you guys say his name is? Pet Singh, whatever his name is a total
Pet Singh, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I think that's just a total dumb thing to say about the Tigers being horrible.
AJ Pierzynski, I'm sorry. You're talking about AJ. You're talking about AJ Pierzynski, Steve.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Yeah,
okay.
Pierzynski. I couldn't remember how to say his last name.
Well, confusing him with the Lions offensive coordinator while we're at Lions training camp is probably not the best one, but it's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right.
Well, yeah, I think that's a horrible thing to say. First of all, it's a great thing for baseball. You get rid of your 2 pitchers, and we're doing better than we were before we got rid of them. And the third thing I wanted to talk about was that, I was totally like, oh my God, what's going on with this offensive line? But now that, he's not a technical insider or whatever, but when you listen to the morning show and John Jansen, what he was saying about it and how he broke it down, I'm worried, but I'm a hell of a lot less worried than I was when I first heard about this news. So
yeah, and thanks for the call, Steve. I appreciate it. And that's kind of where I'm at too, and why I talked to John. John's not kind of an insider. John is an insider. He played like 10 years in the National Football League as a right tackle. Was very good at it.
Has relationships throughout the football community.
Obviously. So and he's gone through a lot of the same experiences. I mean, John had an Achilles injury. He talked to me about his Achilles injury and saying, it takes more than just one off season to heal from that. It takes almost into that second year. And this is now how far away we are removed from that injury. It'll be 2 full years in November when it comes to McLaughlin and the injury that he had. But John talking about Juice Scruggs, he thinks that he's an upgrade over Graham Glasgow from last year. And this is your backup center. So that puts me a little bit more at ease. I'm not going to be at ease, but I'm feeling better about the situation than I did just 24 hours ago. All right, we've got some more texts that have come in. McLaughlin was an All-American and won the Remington Award, so he had trouble snapping a little bit at Bama. Guy turned around at Ohio State. Honestly, I don't see a team in the National Football League that is in a better position to lose their center than the Lions are, Todd and Trenton. Well, I don't know every team's backup center situation, but from this standpoint, it's not bad.
And I would also say that this unit in the ground game is going to require some patience. It's going to require some patience. I mean, they're going to need some time. Our shows are going to take calls from people panicking if they have a bad ground game, if Jahmyr Gibbs has 23 yards rushing. And again, you've got new faces in new places. You've got injuries. You're rounding into form. Your goal with this team is to be firing on all cylinders by the end of the season. And you have every opportunity to do just that.
248-539-9797. Same number to text if you'd like to get through it that way. Let's talk to Brett, who's also on the cell. Brett, welcome to 97.1. Oh, sorry, Brett dropped us. Pat is in Ypsilanti. Pat, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, Pat.
How you doing? I got to say, I'm a Boston transplant living out here in Michigan. I think there's a 3 p.m. NBA game during a weekday. Has to be the stupidest thing I've ever seen. I know it's for TV, but, I mean, that's terrible. I think it's terrible.
How does Boston treat opening day for baseball?
I mean, it's a big deal, but it's a totally different, thing. You know what I mean? It's like outdoors.
Is it?
Well, why can't we do outdoors in October?
I mean, I don't know. I just think 3 p.m. during the week for NBA games pretty lame.
But why do you think it's lame?
I think it should be opening night. You know what I mean? If it's not on the weekend, it should be a night game. You know, people who are working have the opportunity to come in. It would just make.
So you don't want to try to create the same atmosphere that we. So you don't want to try to create the same atmosphere that we have for a baseball opening day, and try to translate that into the NBA or the NHL.
Nah, I just don't think it translates.
Well, I mean, he wants things. This is a fan who wants things to be the same way that they always were, and admittedly, the Pistons are foregoing some audience by doing this. They are. But it's a risk that in their minds is worth taking, and they're trying to create an event out of it. And I actually applaud the decision. What is tradition? Tradition is something that happens over a period of years, right?
Yeah.
They're attempting to create a new tradition today.
Well, they aren't yet. This is the NBA that's doing this to have the full day dedicated to the opening of the season, which I fully endorse. I'm suggesting that this become a tradition. And thanks for the call. We appreciate it, Pat. I'm suggesting that we turn this into a tradition. Let's embrace it. Let's wrap our arms around it. I love this idea.
And is it not an honor that the Pistons were selected?
I think it is. Absolutely. So, but moving forward, the Pistons aren't going to be starting opening day of the NBA season every year, but they are this year. But say next season, that they're not part of those 3 teams that are going to start opening day on whatever it is. Let's call it another Tuesday night. Fine. If the Pistons were to open their season, they have a home opener on a Wednesday, the day after the season starts. I want it to take place in the afternoon to create this new tradition, to create this awesome atmosphere that we see for the Tigers in the spring. I think the idea that people are upset that, I can't go to the game, or I can't because I can't take time off of work, or my kid's not going to be able to go to the game, I think that's crap.
There's a difference between can't and won't, right?
Well, yeah.
You
because
can,
will
you?
Of course you can. People do it for baseball, and you could certainly do it for a basketball game, which, by the way, is a quarter of the attendees that are at a baseball game. So you can do this, okay? Not everybody can, but you're only selling 20,000 seats. Less than half of those are going to go to kids, if you're worried about the kids and not being able to, because they've got practice and they've got school of their own. Whatever, man. You don't want to take your kid out of class? Then don't. That's fine. But I think for everybody else, we can treat this like an opening day in the fall. I think it's a great idea.
Make it a local sports holiday. You do it for opening day.
Yes.
There are teams in Major League Baseball that draw 40,000 for opening day, draw 5,000 the next day, because it's a local sports holiday.
Yeah, and we know we've seen that here in Detroit, where it's been tough to keep the attendance high in the month of April because of it, because the weather is so inconsistent. You don't know what it's going to be like in October either, but the game's played indoors. That doesn't really matter. My idea about having a block party type atmosphere like we've done in the past for Tiger games is that, you get to October, early October when the season starts. That's okay. Okay, it's October 20th. I can handle wearing jeans instead of wearing my shorts or whatever. It's the same. It's effectively the same weather you're getting in the middle of October that you're getting at the end of March or in the beginning of April. It's the same weather.
And I got news for you. You're going to have a half day or a no day at work sometime between September and the end of the year. The Pistons are simply inviting you to make them one of those half days.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Who is in the core group of the Detroit Tigers? Mark and I will try to identify that next here on 97.1. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program, live from Allen Park and Lions training camp. The Lions are done practicing for the day. I think this might be the last real work they're putting in before the game against Cincinnati on Thursday, which they'll travel to Cincinnati to take on the Bengals. The Bengals are going to go with Joe Burrow. They're going to have Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. The Lions will not.
And not at all. And I got to tell you, as a proud dad, Jackson, 9-year-old Jackson, my bonus son, got a Jahmyr Gibbs autograph on his Jahmyr Gibbs jersey.
Nice.
Which can happen, if you're lucky, at Lions training camp. That has now become a collectible in the Ryan household.
There you go.
This is outstanding.
Now you're happy he signed a contract.
Yeah, indeed, to say the least.
It's like,
that was
I got this Mikel LeSure autograph. That's awesome.
He almost didn't want to come because we didn't think Gibbs was going to be here a week ago, right? Boy, has that turned our frown upside down.
It has. Something else is turning frowns upside down. The Tigers are playing great baseball lately. They're just 2 games below 500. They begin their series tonight against Cleveland. They are at home at Comerica Park, and after 3 games against Cleveland, they take on the division-leading Chicago White Sox here at home over the weekend on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Things have not gone well for the Tigers against Cleveland this year. They are 0-6 against the Gribe. Tonight, Tanner Bybee will be taking the hill, and he has been awfully good against the Tigers this year with 15 innings pitched, just 3 earned runs, 6 hits during that time. Both of the games that they have won with Bybee on the hill have been 1-run games, 3-2 games. One of them went extra innings. The Tigers have actually pitched very well against Cleveland this season, except for the first time they faced each other this year. But outside of that 8-2 finish, these games have been tight. They've been 2-run games, they've been 1-run games, and I don't think anybody scored more than 4 runs in any of those other games. So it's a chance for the Tigers to get back on the winning ways or continue their winning ways, and it's against a team that they are in direct contention with here for a wild card spot or the division. And you hope that they're in a great situation going into the White Sox series, that the Tigers can win the series against Cleveland. It answers a lot of questions. The number one is, does Cleveland have the Tigers' number? I'm not willing to concede that Cleveland has the Tigers' number just because they started off 6-0. I think this is a different team that Cleveland's going to face this time around. They haven't seen the Tigers since June 18th, and that win was a 1-run game. But this team faced them in May when this was not the same rotation. This was not the same lineup. It's a different team. And when you start talking about the future of this team and how attractive they are because of the young players, Mark, we asked the question about the core group of players. And the first question I will ask you before we identify who those players are is, what does it mean to be a core group player?
You are part of the etched in stone, right? You are part of the etched in stone plan of the team and of management and of the organization. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. They're not taking calls on you, right? This is everything about the fiber and the fabric of who this team is going to be has you at the center of it. And I am willing to give you 5 names.
Well, before you do that, so I just want to further define what this is. A core group player, is it a guy that you're not looking like they're untradeable? Is it for the next 3 years, the next 5 years? What are we looking at to further define what the core group player is?
Yeah, I mean, I would think they are the face, they are the picture of who this Tigers team is going to be over the next 5 years.
Okay, so 5 years. So how many players do you think do you know exactly how many you've identified to be part of this core group?
If you're doing this the easy way, you can pick 10 guys. If you are doing this,
that's a lot.
If you are being the kind of grader that I was as a high school teacher, I was a difficult grader. I'm going to give you 5.
Okay.
And the 5 makes you make some difficult decisions. I want to share my 5 with you, and then I think you're immediately going to be concerned about a name that's missing. Dylan Dingler, Kevin McGonigal, Max Clark, Troy Melton, Jackson Jobe.
So you're leaving Riley Green off.
I am. I had to leave out a name.
You didn't have to, but you did.
I chose.
You could choose to add as many to the core group. Why do you not think Riley Green is a core group player?
I believe as we get closer to Riley Green free agency, that he could command a price tag that they don't want to pay. It could be a Jalen Duren situation where Riley Green is saying, I've made 4 consecutive All-Star games, 5 consecutive All-Star games. But have you 280, 275, 15 home runs? He's a fine player. But again, at what price point? I have a concern about that. Do we know that Riley Green is one of the faces of this team moving forward in the next 3 or 5 years? I feel more certain about that with the 5 that I just named.
I think the salient point you make about Riley Green and the case against him being a core group player is because they have not extended him yet, and which I think is interesting. I'm kind of on the fence with him as well. His production has dropped off this year. It's changed in some ways for the better, and in some ways you're waiting for, okay, what happened to the power we saw last year? But maybe that happens when you're not swinging for the fences all the time and your strikeout rate has gone down. His strikeout rate has gone down significantly this season. He's still high, but he's not going to approach 200 strikeouts this year. It will be significantly less than what we saw a year ago. But you've got 3 players in Green, Carpenter, and Torkelson that are all going to be free agents, I think, in the same year after the 2028 season, I believe, is when they are eligible to hit free agency, either after 28 or after 29. So I'm kind of with you on that. I'm not yet ready to claim that he's a core group player. And yet at the same time, if the Tigers were to announce a 5-year extension with Riley Green,
wouldn't surprise you, right?
That pays him, $20 million a year, I'd do it. I would do it because I think he's a valuable part to this team. I thought that a few years ago when he was a starting center fielder, and he looked great in center field. But then the nagging injuries would mount, and you're like, okay, he does need to move to left, and he's been a very good left fielder for this team. And he's been kind of a rock guy. He's only, 24 years old? About to be 25 years old?
Correct.
So you still haven't even hit the prime years, and he's already been a 3-time All-Star. First Tiger since Al Kaline to be an All-Star in 3 consecutive years as an outfielder.
Right, exactly. What players would they like to be part of their core? Well, we gave you the 5, Dingler, McGonigal, Clark, Melton, and Job. I think they'd like Green, Carpenter, Lee, Hyu Lee, Cater Montero, and Zaire Hope to be part of their core as well. But if you only had 5 and you had to make that tough decision, and they might,
I'm not going to limit myself to 5 because there's one other name that you left off the list which I find interesting, and that's Colt Keith.
Right.
Colt Keith has made an adjustment to his swing over the last 20 games or so, and it's paid off. His average is starting to climb. He's always hit a pretty good barrel rate, and the line drive rate has been good with him, and it looks like he should be rewarded more than what he has been shown with his stats. But he's brought that average up significantly. And the concern that I have about Colt Keith and adding him to the list of core group is defensively, he's not there yet. Sometimes he makes great plays, and other times he's just not making the play.
And part of that, too, is on A.J. Hinch, in my opinion, because he's not had anything consistent.
Well, I don't know if that's on A.J. Hinch. I think that they're trying to find a way to ensure that a lot of guys see the field. And for right now, while you have Javi Baez is going to be in the everyday lineup either no longer as a center fielder because Max Clark is the guy, but you're going to still try to find a place for Baez at shortstop, and that means McGonigal goes to third. And then you've got, while Gleyber Torres is still here, he's at second base, and that leaves a platoon of, Hyu Lee and Zach McKinstry and Colt Keith and Valencia and others that can go between a position on the field and DH, and then you're going to throw Kerry Carpenter in the mix. I think it's interesting when you look at the core because I agree with that there are just certainly 5 guys that fit the core, as you said. Jackson Jobe, Troy Melton as the pitchers, McGonigal, Max Clark, and Dylan Dingler. I think that's the easy button. That's the STRNLE when it comes to
right.
The
Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune. Here's your given. These are the guys. To try to find beyond that, you're either reaching and counting on somebody who we've never seen yet because they haven't reached the major leagues yet, like a Bryce Rayner type or a Josue Briseño, or you're reaching a little bit and maybe you feel confident, and that's fine. If you feel confident that Kerry Carpenter's that guy or the Riley Green is that guy or that Hyu Lee is that guy or whomever, you can have your voice heard.
Well, to your point on Colt Keith, Dan Dickerson hosting Tiger Talk with him, he was so excited about him. But I'm going to channel my inner Scott Harrison. I'm going to say I haven't seen enough to make him part of the core group yet.
Well, I like what I've seen. I mean, the guy's hitting, 270 or something like that. And in today's baseball, that's pretty great. I need to see more walks out of Colt Keith, get that on-base percentage up. I'd like to see more power from Colt Keith. He's got the frame to hit for power. I mean, he's a pretty strong kid. And like I said, it's a good frame, too. I want to see the ball go over the fence more. We had the 2-week stretch where he just was not – and he hit 5 home runs or whatever it was. But they've got so many guys that are – laying in wait in the minor leagues, ready to progress and matriculate, that that they want to be part of this core group. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number if you want to text and have your voice heard on who comprises the Tigers' core group of players. Is it more than the simple 5 that we've identified, or do you think that they should? Are we being too generous with 5? We'll talk about it with you next year, 97.1. Welcome back. Lions Training Camp, Carson Anderson program. Doug will be back on Monday's show. Gator and Mark Ryan with you today. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Got a big week ahead for the Detroit Tigers that begins tonight. 3 in a row against the Cleveland Guardians, a team they have not beaten this year, but a team that they knocked out of the playoffs last year. And then they've got 3 against the division-leading Chicago White Sox. The Tigers are 3.5 games back of the division lead. As they stand right now, a game and a half out of the wild card spot. Yes, this is a massive week for the Detroit Tigers. With these games within division, you've got a team that you're in competition with right now with Cleveland and obviously Chicago leading the division. You want to come out of these 6 games, hopefully 4-2 at worst.
Right, and look, there are overused words and phrases in sports and life. Love is overused, star is overused, must win is overused. How close to must win are these series?
It's close because there's only, 44 games left in the season,
Correct.
the regular season. So, and these are like compound games. And you're taking on the division leader, it's a compound game. You know, every game you win is a game they lose. So you have to have that. I think it's awfully important, and I'm not going to say it's must win at this point because that would be premature. I usually hold off on the must-wins until it's literally a must-win situation. But like you, I have words that bother me that get overused. I think the word elite is way overused, particularly when it comes to the National Football League.
Joe Flacco?
Well,
constantly?
Nobody's really saying Joe Flacco's elite.
But that was always the Pete Rose making the Hall of Fame tired argument, right?
I don't know if that's apples and oranges, but I think like when you start to think that there are 10 elite quarterbacks in the National Football League, something's wrong.
Sure.
Because that the third of the league is elite? No, that's not how it works. Elite means the best of the best. There can only be a couple up there. That's the way I look at elite. Some more text coming in. I'm not going to say that the Lions' offensive line is better than last year until I see it on the field. Losing their center, it'll take them time to gel early in the season. I think the run game gets off slow and hopefully improves as the season goes on. That's entirely possible. I'd actually expect the run game might be more of the focus to start the season, depending on what they feel more comfortable with Scruggs. I don't know if Scruggs is going to be a better run blocker or a better pass blocker, but whatever I think his strength is, I think is going to be the way the Lions lean to start the season until they get Cade Mays back. But when they made it pretty out and open that they're going to use Jahmyr Gibbs more, I tend to think that that's going to be more in the running game. We'll see how that works out. Des from Southfield. Gator, I think this is the best idea ever, especially with outside area around the stadium. Even if you don't go in, you can tailgate and watch down on the big screen. That's my idea that I think the Pistons should embrace the home opener every year, not just because it's the opening of the actual NBA season this year, but do it for every home opener from here on forth. Let's go. Let's have a party. We do it for the baseball team. Why don't we do it for the basketball team and, frankly, for the hockey team? Let's have it. We've got the plaza outside LCA where you can get thousands of people out there. They've got a giant screen out there that gets completely underutilized, specifically in the postseason. I don't understand that. Like, let's get the watch parties that go on in the plaza when they're on the road in the playoffs. That'd be great. It'd be nice if our hockey team were to join in the playoff run.
It's amazing how people just dig their heels in at the concept of anything changing, of anything being different. An old wise man once said, when you're through changing, you're through. So, be open-minded to the NBA creating an opening night and view it as an honor that your team was selected to play in the first game. What is the NBA saying? The NBA is saying that they believe your team is going to be one to watch this season.
Another text coming in. Dingler's numbers the first 2 seasons rival Johnny Bench's first 2 seasons. Dingler definitely MVP candidate. I haven't gone back and looked at Johnny Bench's numbers, but I'm not going to try to compare guys that played in the 60s and the 70s and I guess into the 80s technically, maybe with Johnny Bench. To today's baseball, it's just different. Johnny Bench had a couple of, I think, 45 home run seasons as well. Part of that Big Red Machine. That what an awesome team that was in the 70s. I'd rather try to compare him to more contemporary players. Mark, you had brought up Pud Rodriguez earlier, and I'll go with that comparison. I
mean,
like that comparison.
It's lofty, right? It's incredibly lofty, but the skill set looks similar. Texter says not having Riley Green part of the core group is a stupid hot take. We hope Max Clark will be what Riley Green already is. True, Texter, true. But part of this exercise is forward thinking. You are projecting what the core group is going to be over the next 5 years. Look, is Clark's part of the core group of this team more solidified than Riley Green's is? It could be.
You know, we identified core group as 5 years from now, these guys are Tigers. Like, they're untouchables, if you will. I think the number one reason that I wouldn't have Riley Green on that list, and I think it's something you touched on, Mark, is you don't know if they're going to give him the contract when he enters free agency after the 28th season. Is he going to get a contract from the Tigers? I don't know. I can't say that he will. I hope he does. I like Riley Green a lot. I think he's an excellent player. And clearly, if they give him a contract, he's part of the core. But right now, as it stands, I mean, we haven't even heard any discussions or any reporting that they're in discussions with him on an extension. I mean, if I'm the Tigers, I'm going to want to extend a lot of players if I can early. I'm going to want to extend Max Clark. I'm going to want to extend Troy Melton. I'm going to want to extend Jackson Jobe. I'm identifying those guys as part of the core. And if you give those guys 7-year deals right now so that it effectively takes away their first or second year of free agency, I'm all for it. They did that with Colt Keith. They did that with Kevin McGonigal. Let's do that with these other guys if you can. Now, maybe those guys are hearing from their agents saying, don't do that. Don't do that. You're going to get a money cannon contract when your free agent year comes up, or just hold on for a couple more years and the team will offer you even more.
You mentioned Riley Green, $20 million team-friendly deal. He's making $5 million now. That would be outstanding. But, you know, his agent is doing comps around Major League Baseball, and he's saying, hey, you keep making all-star games, you could be looking at a Bo Bichette kind of deal, $40 million plus.
No,
and that is not at all team-friendly, and that's my concern with Riley Green.
This is why
that he's going to command that.
Yeah, and this is why when he's got 2 years left before he hits free agency, and look, when arbitration hits, that $5 million contract is going to double, and then it's going to go up even higher for the last year. I want to get ahead of that. Okay, let's get rid of these last 2 years of arbitration. Give you another 3 years as well beyond that, and can you get it done? A 5-year, $110 million, $120 million contract for Riley Green? I'd love to get something like that done. I think it's team-friendly, and he also gets rewarded for being good right now and what you think he's going to be in the future, because I don't think he's even 25 years old yet, and he's a 3-time All-Star.
Which is incredible, and the list of Tigers who have done that is only 3 additional names long. What we don't yet know with Riley Green is, are we going to have a Jalen Duren situation with him?
I don't think so. I think, again, that might be apples and oranges because we haven't seen the Tigers even offer him a deal yet, where clearly the Pistons have offered something up to Jalen Duren. And Duren seems like he's upset with the situation. I mean, that's the outside looking in. I don't know if he's upset or not, but was clearly testing the waters to do a sign and trade, and that fell on deaf ears. I love the idea of a Pistons home opener tradition. How about a countdown to a 3-1-3 tip-off time? That's James with a day off. Yes, James, I like that idea. The 3-1-3 tip-off.
Let's
Sounds
go.
Brilliant. Everybody's got an idea. I love it. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking, and it's brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or, like my mom, you just needed a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. My mom loves the deck that they built in the fall last year. It's absolutely fantastic. So visit one of the locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com. Would you enjoy doing what these guys are doing out in the field right now? The grounds crew there. You've got two football fields that are next to each other. So effectively, it looks like the amount of mowing that they have to do between the sideline area and the behind the end zones, it's probably 140 square yards would be my guess, right? It's a straightforward job. Yeah, it's just straightforward. They mow this yard like every day or every other day anyway, so they've got the baggers are on there. I don't feel like they have to. Like, there's not going to be a ton of grass that's coming up there. It's just straight back and forth, straight back. You don't have to make any tough cuts.
You have found another sports dream job. For me,
I don't know if it's a dream job. I'm just saying, would you enjoy doing something?
No, for me,
riding mowers.
For me, the only thing you would like me to do less than cutting your hair is mowing your lawn. I would be terrified doing this, that it would come up like a paint by numbers when it was all said and done.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. You got a wide wheelbase. You can see what you've cut, and now you've got the yard markers helping you out too. I mean, you got to be pretty dizzy not to cut straight on this thing, Mark.
Well, how much have I had to drink?
Well, I would assume nothing. I mean, it's 12:48 on a random Tuesday.
You assume correctly.
It's not Pistons home opener.
No, that's right. It's not 3-1-3.
Yeah. Let's get real about this. Was it David in Clinton Township is next up here at 97.1. Hey, David.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking it. So you're talking about what the core is going to look like in a couple of years. I think we need to know what the infrastructure of baseball is going to look like in a couple of years before we start talking. We're going to have revenue sharing, which makes Riley Green expendable because we can go out and use that money and get somebody else, that type of stuff.
Well, here, take a wild guess. I mean, because obviously that plays a role, but as it stands right now, who comprises your core?
So, no, I don't think Riley Green is a core guy because he's good, but there's going to be people that are better coming up and that we can get for the same type of money that don't strike out nearly as much.
I'd like Riley Green to be a core guy. I don't. My biggest question mark with him is how much money is he going to command? I'm not comfortable paying him a Bo Bichette $41 million a year deal. Just not.
Right. No, neither am I. And again, I like Riley Green too. I mean, he was supposed to be, a superstar. I mean, he's a good ball player, but he's
a three-time All-Star.
I remember when he played for the Tigers before, and everybody called him Bobby Higginson. All right, it's the same type of player.
Bobby Higginson was not a three-time All-Star, let alone this early in his career.
Okay, if Riley Green played on the Yankees and the Dodgers, would he have been on the All-Star team?
I don't care. He's playing on the Tigers, which makes it even harder. It makes it even harder that he's on the Tigers.
Right, but every team gets a guy. I'm just saying.
Every team gets a guy. I mean, okay, I get it. You don't like Riley Green enough.
No.
Would you give him I'm softening it here. Would you give him a 5-year, $110 million contract right now?
No.
Wow.
Because we're going to have to pay Dingler. I think Max Clark's going to be a better ball player. There's going to be other options that we're going to have. And again, when you talk about how much money I'm going to give him, I don't know what money's going to look like in 2020.
I'm not worried. We're giving everybody the free pass and not knowing what the collective bargaining agreement is. I'm just saying, as it stands right now, you wouldn't give him a 5-year, $110 million contract, which accounts to $22 million a year for the next 5 years. You wouldn't do that.
Here's the thing. If I knew that the salary cap was going to be this big of a deal...
All right, I got to let you go. If you're not going to play along, then there's no point in doing it there, David.
Well, and he's mentioning Riley Green as though he's the charity all-star berth that every team gets, and he's been anything but that. He's one of 4 Detroit Tigers of all time.
2 years ago, when he made his first All-Star appearances, he hit 24 home runs, drove in 74, 262 average, 827 OPS, and he was a 5.4 WAR player. Last year, he had 36 homers, 111 RBI. Yeah, it struck out a ton at 201 times, but those are pretty big power numbers. You'll take it. Second-time All-Star. This year, 16 homers, 54 RBIs. He's hitting 273, which is the highest he's hit since his second year in the league, but he only played 99 games at that point.
He'll be over 20 home runs again.
Yep.
OPS over 800 again.
815. I mean, I get it. I don't think Riley Green's a superstar player, and I hope that's not what he was inferring from what I was saying. Riley Green is an all-star. He's a legit all-star, particularly what he did this year in the first half of the season. he was the Tigers' offense. He was doing great. Even when the team wasn't, Riley Green was. I'm just looking at an opportunity here. If I can lock him down, because he's also defensively a pretty good outfielder in left field, I want to do it. And I understand that Max Clark is here, and Max Clark is absolutely 100% a core group guy. But to think that you've got plenty of guys that are going to be matching his production that they have that in the system, I don't know what you're looking at, because I'm not seeing that from this team. Zaire Hope is thought of being the third outfielder with Riley Green and with Max Clark. Beyond that, I don't know what's going to emerge from the Tiger outfield in a minor league system. There might be somebody, but to match the production that this guy has done for 3 straight years, I have a hard time seeing that happening.
I think there's some frustration because of lack of performance in clutch at bats. I think people feel like there's not a lot of great options in the American League outfield, so Riley Green has an easier path. But the reality is he is one of the best American League outfielders, and he catches everything that's hit to him. Lacks some range. Again, not a superstar, but this conversation was spawned by the fact that I don't have him in my core group of Tigers, and you're on the fence as to whether he's in the core group. But for us, I think it's more contract related, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get it done early rather than wait. If they're going to end up waiting another couple of years before thinking about it, then I think the writing's on the wall that they don't think he's going to be part of this team in the future. And that's fine. And yes, the previous caller, 100% he's right. Nobody knows anything but with the collective bargaining agreement what that's going to look like. And we probably should have said that in the onset. We get it. That's fair. We're trying to avoid that whole prickly pear cactus as much as we can. The other thing Riley Green has done so much better this year is getting on base more. His on-base percentage is 92 points higher than his batting average. It's at .365, which is a career high. He has cut down the strikeouts. Last year he struck out 201 times in 600 at-bats. This year in 422 at-bats, he's got 133 strikeouts. My quick math in my head, and trust it for what it is not very good, but I would see that probably being around 160, 170 strikeouts in the same amount of at-bats. And that's a significant drop. That's a 15% drop in strikeouts from one year to the next. And maybe they're trying to unlock something here with him. That being said, I don't know if he is a part of this core. I think he's on that outside looking in. I think there's a 5-player group that's really easy to say that's part of the core, and then it's tough to find the next guys.
Yeah, undoubtedly, and I think the next stage in his development, his evolution, is learning how to cut the strikeouts without having the power drop off, which we have seen a bit this year. I think this Riley Green, I prefer this Riley Green to last year's Riley Green. Wouldn't you agree? If you're choosing between the two?
Yes. I like this year's Riley Green version slightly better. I like the Riley Green last year was hitting home runs all the time. He had 36 last year, and he's only got 16 this year. I also had 31 doubles last year, but he's got 25 this year. He'll probably equal that total, but the home run total is down, and that's a little disappointing. We'll see what happens the last 40 games of the season. More to come here next on 97.1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Lions head coach Dan Campbell said today that Kirby Joseph is currently away from the team as he deals with a personal matter right now. When asked about his rehab progress, Campbell maintained that Joseph will likely see the practice field come late August or early September. He also said right tackle Blake Miller will play this Thursday in the preseason game against the Bengals, but guard Tate Ratledge will not. Then Campbell said something pretty striking about the Lions receiver room. Lions face the Bengals at 7 o'clock on Thursday in their first exhibition game. In other NFL news, the Vikings have named Kyler Murray their starting quarterback this season. Murray beat out former Michigan QB and first-round draft pick J.J. McCarthy for the starting job. Tigers face the Guardians tonight in the first of a three-game series. Detroit holds a half-game lead over Cleveland in the division standings, while trailing the White Sox by 3.5 games for first place. Tigers are also 1.5 games out of a wild card spot. Drew Anderson makes the start tonight against Tanner Bybee. First pitch is at 6:40 here on 97.1. The pregame show will begin at 6:15. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Welcome back. Final hour here from Lions training camp for the Carson Anderson program. Taking your calls and texts 248-539-9797. I have this text regarding the Tigers. Tigers played Cleveland in the middle of the disaster that was May. No Javi, no Torres, no Valencia, no Clark. This offense is way better now. And I said at that time when we got that rain out that was pushed to later in the season that it would be a big deal because we would be healthier and playing better then. The pitching can hold them down. We didn't have Skubal when we played them in May either. And the offense will continue to score big. That's Jim in South Carolina. That's not one of your boys down south, is it?
He has called me before and said, Mark, I listened to you back here.
Okay, but it's not one of the guys who took the trip where the
oh boy
the picture.
I'm still digging myself out from that
picture.
One.
No,
oh boy.
Just wanted to make sure that's not one of your guys from there. But yeah, all those points are correct. This is a different lineup that we're seeing in tonight's game than what we saw back in the month of May. This is a much improved pitching staff than what we saw in the month of May, in large part because we're getting Melton. We're getting Jackson Jobe. Excited about that part. And we'll see what happens tonight with pitching chaos. I mean, I don't know if I'd bet on the Tigers to win tonight, given it's Tanner Bybee on the hill for Cleveland, and he has been very good against the Tigers, particularly this year.
But if they do, watch out.
Yeah,
if they do,
and they get off to hot starts. The Tigers do. You know, it's the top part of the lineup when you've got Kevin McGonigal and Gleyber Torres that both have like a combined 385 on base percentage or 380 on base percentage. That sets the table for things, and which kind of brings me to where I want to get to, which is what do I want to see from the Tigers? What style would I like to see more of over the next and final 44 games here? And for me, it's I don't want small ball. Okay, I don't love the bunting that some people here in Detroit love the bunt. Jim Leland famously said, "Oh, Star loves the bunt." Okay, got it. I don't love the bunt, but what I do love is speed. I want to utilize speed, and not necessarily with the bunt, but I want to utilize it on the base paths by having guys steal second base. Now, it's not everybody. I want the guys that can run stealing. I want to see Kevin McGonigal taking off and going. Max Clark take off and go. Zach McKinstry take off and go. Maybe even Colt Keith take off and go when there is that open base. I want to see more of that. I've always said to myself, I'd like to see more of that. They do a great job of going first to third. I think there's no question about that. The other thing that I'd like to see, Mark, is, and this is something I think that the fans will agree with as well, I want to see A.J. Hinch give a longer leash to some of these younger players when it comes to facing the opposite hand, when it comes to coming the same hand when it comes to pitching. Meaning, I want to see the right-handed bat, Eduardo Valencia, get more at-bats against right-handed pitching. Some people say the same thing about Colt Keith. Give him some more left-handed at-bats against left-handed pitching. See if that's something that you don't have to constantly sub out during the course of the game. And specifically with me with Eduardo Valencia, it's a small sample size, but my God, that guy puts a swing on a baseball. He just does not get cheated out of swings.
Talk about making the most of your opportunity.
Yeah, he's either putting the ball in play with a hard hit ball that's going to result in an extra base hit, or like we saw in San Francisco, hits the ball incredibly hard, but it's deep, but unfortunately playable, but at least he's putting it in play. And a guy like that, with that kind of an at-bat, think about how valuable it is when you've got a runner at third, less than 2 outs, and you need to get that run in. And you got a guy at the plate who you're counting on to put the ball deep in the outfield to score the run, and he can get it done. I want to see more chances for Eduardo Valencia.
Well, I mean, and he was so impressive that he spelled the end of the Jake Rogers experiment here in Detroit. I mean, what he was able to do and how quickly he was able to open their eyes. I want to see A.J. Hinch not be as rigid with his bullpen decisions. Okay, well, Kenley Jansen's my starter, so that's what I'm going to do.
Your closer.
Finnegan, my closer. Finnegan's my setup man, so that's what I'm going to do. What's working? What isn't working? A.J. Hinch isn't a rigid manager, but he's been rigid in the bullpen. And can we please maintain some level of offensive consistency? In my life, I have never seen witnessed a team that has a greater variance between their best and worst than these guys. Who are they? Second half of 2024, first half of 2025, or second half of 2025, first half of 2026? Here they go again. They are performing in a way where the haters can say, well, now over a 100-game stretch, they've been awful. And the glass half full types can say now over a 100-game stretch, they've been great. You know, this isn't a rap song. Will the real Tigers please stand up? Can they please maintain this level of consistency and just be this team moving forward?
Well, if they can keep this level of consistency, this team's going to get to the ALCS, and that's what you want to see happen. With the inconsistency, they still made it to the second round, the divisional series, which was surprising given how bad they were in the second half last year. And what they do, they go out and they beat Cleveland, who nobody thought was going to happen, did that, and then took Seattle to the brink in a 15-inning game in Game 5, that deciding game. So at least there's some consistency when it comes to the playoffs of how they performed. Sure, we'd like to see them take that extra step and get to the ALCS. I don't know if this team's going to do it, but to your point, if the offense we've seen since June 1st is going to keep doing what they're doing, and the starting pitching and the bullpen is going to keep doing what they've done lately, then this team will contend with the best in the American League. And some people say, well, big deal. The American League isn't much. Well, you say that at your own peril. I think Tampa Bay is a really good baseball team. I think the Yankees, if they're healthy, are a formidable baseball team. You've seen the Red Sox go on a couple of insane streaks over the last, 40 days? They've had a couple of insane winning streaks. So you want to keep talking about how weak the American League is because, the Dodgers have this all-star roster? Yeah, they do. But what have the Dodgers done in the last 10 games?
And precisely, if you come out of the American League, then you only have to win one series against the National League. And you're playing in a sport where everything can and does happen. You have the fourth best record in the Bigs since June 1st. You have the second best record in the Bigs since July 1st. And, oh, by the way, your top 5 in run differential, here's a stat for you, 90% of those teams make the playoffs. If you're top 5 in run differential, lead the American League in run differential. Plus 75 run differential equates to 90 wins. They're at plus 87. They could finish plus 100. Only a handful of teams in the history of the game have missed the playoffs being at a plus 100 run differential. It's hard for people to admit, but this is a damn good baseball team that has improved by leaps and bounds every single month and right now has not missed Tarik Skubal.
More text coming in. Why are the Tigers surging after the sell? A.J. Hinch. Interesting, because A.J. Hinch gets a lot of
hate.
He gets a lot of hate. I don't think it's deserved, and here's somebody giving him a ton of credit, and I don't know if he deserves a ton of credit either. I think he's a very good manager that has been asked to do some really difficult things when you're taking away some big pieces away from him, and maybe perhaps reluctant to add to this team as well. I like what Hinch has done. As far as A.J. Przinsky's take, that's a horrible take on baseball about the Tigers making the playoffs after selling. Why couldn't we just have a deep rotation and a bunch of arms? That's from Duke. I agree. I think A.J. Przinsky's take on the Tigers saying they're bad for baseball is a horrible take. But that's what the hot take business is about there. And, talking about a team that's surging and then you're going to crap on them because they sold Skubal and Mize to get pieces for the future to help ensure that you've got pieces for the future as opposed to losing these guys for nothing.
Team getting the most from the least is bad for baseball.
Well, he doesn't like it because he thinks that that's shortchanging the fans and taking away two really good players okay, those two players don't hit. Those two players are not pitching out of the bullpen. So they're dealing from a position of strength while also strengthening the future.
Right.
It's a gamble to take without question. But I think it's the right gamble to take.
And Scott Harris said, and I was worried, is he one of these guys that's a perpetual rebuilder, is constantly selling guys off for prospects? Those guys, it tends to be a situation where tomorrow never arrives. Scott Harris said, I hate selling, and I want everyone to understand that. I hate selling. I wanted to give this roster, this team, every chance to prove to me why we should be a buyer. And he said, I did not do enough. I did not put enough depth on this team. But that doesn't mean they're going to throw in the towel. As a matter of fact, just like in 2024, they used it to buoy them to achieve great things. And that's what we're doing right now. What do you think it would take for the excitement level for these guys, the 26ers, to match, just the fever pitch that we hit in 2024?
Well, they make the playoffs. I think the year there, you're going to have that. And as long as the young players keep producing, it's going to be exciting. And I think that's another reason why, people complain that Scott Harris hasn't made that big move at the trade deadline or made some big move in the offseason by trading away prospects. And it's almost like an F them picks type feel that the fans want Brad Holmes to do. And I think the reason you're seeing that is because look what Kevin McGonigal's doing. Here you've got Max Clark starting off his career. He looks pretty good. Valencia, I don't know if he was thought of as being one of these top prospects, but boy, he's hitting the ground running right now. They just promoted Josue Briseño to AAA to play catcher and first base over there. And that's another one of their top young prospects. Bryce Rayner is matriculating through. I'm not going to be surprised to hear that he's been promoted to AA any day now based on what he's done at High A West Michigan. He wants to see these guys get through the system rather than trade them away. This is how you can compete without having a monster payroll, is you have all these younger players that are just starting their careers. And, okay, if you wanted a guy like Mason Miller last year, it was going to cost you Kevin McGonigal or Troy Melton, or both perhaps.
Can you imagine had they traded Melton for Eugenio Suarez?
That's the thing, is that people don't realize that it would take something like that perhaps to make that deal happen. And we still haven't seen Max Anderson come to the big leagues, and all he is doing right now is getting on base every single game by hit or by walk, and he's hitting for power. His OPS is, I believe, above 900 now. He's done a great job. He's going to be the next guy that gets called up soon, and we'll see how that works out. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. So former Major League Baseball player A.J. Pierzynski went on the Foul Territory broadcast and talked about the Tigers and said the Tigers are bad for baseball. Didn't like that they traded away two of their best players at the trade deadline, what kind of message that send to the fans, and just doesn't think that what they're doing is going to be good. Now, they have a chance to make the playoffs after dealing those guys. So for him, that makes it look even worse because, well, just think if you still had those guys, you'd have a better chance. And sure, your pitching would be better off, but, it's a situation where you're still not going to have Tarik Skubal in the offseason. He's likely to sign a free agent contract with somebody else. I think it became clear that the Tigers had no intentions of signing Casey Mize to a contract. I say that because Casey Mize said they didn't even talk about extending him. So if they weren't talking an extension, let's get something for him as well. Some texts have come through. The Tigers aren't bad for baseball, but A.J. Pierzynski is a hot take guy. No way that he believes that, but he knows it gets reaction. Well, it is. A.J. says he wants competitiveness but expects teams to lay down and book the trips to Fiji if they trade two players. When teams that shouldn't win start winning, that's the best part of sports.
100%.
Yes.
You don't like underdog stories. You don't like teams doing the most from the least. You didn't like Indiana winning the national championship in college football with 9 4- and 5-star players relative to 55 from Miami. Give me a break, man. These are the easiest teams to root for. Oh, by the way, you're the 9th youngest team in Major League Baseball as well.
From some other topics, Bengals playing starters could be a philosophy change. They usually never play starters, and historically the Bengals have had terrible starts to the season recently. They always lose the season opener. I think they're changing their philosophy on sitting starters in the preseason to try and change the narrative of them having slow starts. Maybe, but having a quarterback that is oft injured like Joe Burrow, having him participate in the preseason game, number one, I'm a little surprised by that, but it is a home game for Cincinnati. Maybe this is the only time Joe Burrow is going to play in the preseason.
I think we can officially say that Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell was the wrong move. Can we not?
For Cincinnati?
Yeah, that was the wrong move. Officially.
I mean, I'm always going to build through the trenches, but I mean, for Cincinnati, having that go-to guy with Joe Burrow, they've been pretty prolific together. But I wouldn't have passed on Penei Sewell.
Burrow is on his back and on the IL as much as he is healthy.
But there's plenty of mismanagement that goes on with the Cincinnati Bengals and what they've done in free agency and trades in the draft. Beyond that, I mean, they should have been able to survive. Selecting an all-pro wide receiver over an all-pro offensive lineman. Somehow they should have figured out a way to protect the quarterback along the way as well. I'd like to point out a major flaw in any of these responses, or a lot of these responses. It seems everyone is downplaying how good our overall coaching staff is, especially Hank Fraley. And he's been highly sought after as an offensive coordinator for a couple of teams, including a Super Bowl winner. Our line should be much better this year. That's Joseph in Brighton. Yeah, Hank Fraley, the offensive line coach of the Detroit Lions, gets a lot of praise nationally and certainly locally. They can't speak enough good things about him.
I worry that this is going to be their last year with him.
It might be. I mean, he's gotten these opportunities to at least interview for an offensive coordinator job elsewhere. Seattle was one of those spots, and I'm glad he's here with the Lions, but I think this is going to be a year where he might really shine up that star bright if the offensive line is able to make some strides this year, particularly with the younger players that are starting at guard and the new starting right tackle, if Blake Miller is, in fact, going to be starting at right tackle. Let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. JP is next up. JP, welcome to 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, am I nuts
JP?
for just being upset and outraged that we made those trades? I don't think we gave them enough time here to let this play out. You had the best starting rotation in all of baseball. You think the Dodgers wanted to face Mize, Skubal, Montero, Valdez? Like, that was by far the best rotation in baseball. We threw it away. We still got a good rotation without those guys. I think A.J. Hinch's stubbornness is why we got so far behind. You know, trying Jones out there as much as he did. I mean, stubborn with the bullpen. The way this lineup's set right now, you know, you throw Valencia in there, you throw Max Clark in there, you you're not trotting out 2, 3, sometimes 4 guys batting under 200 every night. But yeah, I just can't believe this fan base. They're so quick to want to get rid of Skubal. It's like half this fan base would have traded Skubal to Boston for Jahmai Jones if it came up. They wanted to get rid of him so bad. So I'm a little upset. This was a World Series team. Now it's just, hey, let's make the playoffs and do what we did the last couple of years.
Let me ask you this. Do you think you're in the minority? Hey, JP, do you think you were in the minority in thinking this is a World Series team before they traded Skubal and Mize?
I thought this was a World Series team the way they've been playing the last few months.
Right. Do you think, JP, listen to me. Do you think that you're in the minority in thinking that?
Yes.
Okay. So would you have been okay getting to the playoffs? Let's say this team was good enough to make the playoffs, and because I think they are, and clearly they would be have a better chance if both of those guys are still on his team. Would you be okay if they didn't make it to the World Series, and then you're losing both Mize and Skubal in the offseason for nothing?
Well, considering there probably won't be a season next year, and now we're waiting 2 years to get there for some of these guys we traded for. I like the guys we got, but man, we probably should have at least kept Mize, and I still think we got a chance to make the World Series. Not that we could beat the Dodgers or beat one of those National League teams. I think
I would have been okay with keeping. I would have been okay with keeping Mize. Yeah, but I think you are dramatically understating just how much of a lifting of the clouds for this team the trade of Skubal was. That's been weighing them down the entire year. I mean, they're performing so well, in my opinion, in part because that cloud is lifted. And if you kept him, all the questions would remain about Skubal.
I would argue it was the trade deadline that was causing all this. Once that trade deadline came and went, we knew he was here. I don't think any starter is worth what he's asking, so it doesn't matter. No starter is worth. I mean, look what we did with him. I mean, he lost some key starts down the stretch against Cleveland last year in the playoffs last year. He's not worth what he's asking. But at the same time,
so now you're arguing the other side of it.
And having that.
So maybe you just talked. Have you just talked yourself out of being outraged by it?
Again,
maybe.
you had by far the best rotation in all of baseball. You traded it away, but hey, I still think they can make the World Series.
All right, thanks, JP. I appreciate it.
How do Skubal fans not understand that Skubal was traded because of Skubal?
Skubal was traded because they weren't going to be able to re-sign him. Because his agent is the one that's controlling everything. Tarik Skubal can say, and he did, that, hey, he'd love for the Tigers to negotiate in the offseason. He'd love to come back to the Detroit Tigers. The timing of that was beyond moronic to say that a week after you've been traded to the Dodgers. Now the Dodgers are like, what did you just say? It makes no sense to do that. And yet I believe him when he says it. I think he would love to. But there's another part of that statement. I'd love to come back to the Tigers if the Tigers are going to be paying me.
And that's it.
And I don't
he doesn't really want to be here.
I have no idea what kind of a discount that he'd be willing to give the Tigers if there's any because Scott Boras doesn't want to give any discounts. But if you've got two teams bidding the same amount of years and one team's offering you $50 million, the other team's going to offer you $40 million, is he going to leave, $40, $50, $60 million on the table to go back to Detroit? I don't know, but my guess is no. If he just wants to get to free agency, and if he's not going to listen to what's going to happen with the rest of the way the free agency goes, I mean, I'm fine with it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We're going to talk Lions offensive line here next on 97.1. Hey, we've all seen it lately. You got local companies that are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and then suddenly, well, you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly a family-owned business, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. When they say they treat you like family, well, they mean it. Because they actually are a family. They don't answer to distant investors. Instead, they answer to you. And what I really like about them is their no-pressure promise. That means that you're not going to get a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, you get an honest assessment of what your home, roof, windows, and siding actually needs. That's right. These guys get up into the crawl space or down in the crawl space, or they get up into the attic, take a look at the roof, and let you know if you just need a simple repair or if you need a complete tear down. It's that kind of integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from literally thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you're going to get total peace of mind with the lifetime transferable warranty that comes with every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades. Shaner Roofing. Get your quote today at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com. Well, I guess like no news is kind of good news from Lions practice today in terms of like the injury front. Although Dan Campbell did talk about Kirby Joseph a little bit, he's out with a personal issue right now that he's dealing with, but said his rehab is coming along really well, just like Brian Branch's is coming along really well. Thinks that they're both kind of on the same plan in that they're both progressing very nicely, though I think we expect that Kirby Joseph will return before Brian Branch does. Will that happen in time for the first game of the season? Don't know. Dan Campbell said a lot of things earlier today that we didn't even get to that we'll probably do more on tomorrow's show. One of the statements he made was he thinks this is the best wide receiver room he's been in, that he's had on his team, which I think is kind of high praise when you look back at some of the previous wide receiver rooms. But before digging too much into the rest of what he had to say, because I haven't looked at it yet, I would think just based on that statement alone, that tells me that, again, it's just further anticipation of what kind of year Jameson Williams is going to have. Because I think J-Mo's progression is the reason that this team is, or that Dan Campbell has a feeling that this is the best wide receiver room he's been in. We know what St. Brown brings to the table. We've seen up close and personal. We saw it yesterday. I mean, J-Mo just got behind the secondary easily and got through a beautiful 52-yard pass in the air. They caught in the end zone, hauled in for the touchdown. He looks great. He's catching the ball with his hands more. He's running different routes now. He's turning into this complete receiver. We know he loves to block, so does St. Brown. Having two guys like that is great. And, oh, by the way, your third receiver is a bit of a freak in Isaac Tesla, who catches the ball with his fingertips.
And J-Mo has had his breakout season locally. He could be primed for his breakout season nationally. And as you look at kind of the makeup of this team and players coming back and new faces, new places, etc., the sacrifice of this season might be the playoff seed, right? You might have a lower playoff seed in exchange for getting everyone back and in sync later in the season. And don't you think that's a trade-off most Lions fans would take?
As long as the Lions advance and get to the playoffs and advance in the playoffs, yes, that's what it doesn't matter what seed they are. They'll be a top seed, sure, because you get home games out of that, and everybody wants to see a home playoff game, and there's something you said for home field advantage. However, when the Lions weren't the number one seed is when they went the furthest and lost at San Francisco. So.
And when no one was talking about them as a Super Bowl contender, they went the furthest, and that's very much in line with what's going on this year.
Yeah, exactly. But, look, first preseason game is going to be Thursday evening in Cincinnati. We know that the Bengals are going to be playing a bunch of their starters, at least on offense. We see a bunch of their starters like the receivers, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins. Quarterback Joe Burrow is going to play. We don't expect to see too many of the Lions veteran starters out there, although Blake Miller will be starting at right tackle. Beyond that, doesn't sound like we're going to see much. We've already known that Jared Goff is not going to play. Dan Campbell kind of ruled out Tate Ratledge, saying he likes where Tate's at right now, so he's not going to play in the game on Thursday. That's not to say the Lions won't play in the preseason. It just means that they're not going to play in the first preseason game, that maybe they'll get the look in the second preseason game when they're at home, and kind of a little payoff for the fans, as the fans the last couple of days have been tremendous. Jam-packed crowds here at Allen Park for the facility. The weather cooperated. A little overcast right now. It looks like it could rain at any second.
It's cooperated for us.
Yeah, it's held off, though, and that's kind of cool. Rico joins us from in studio back in Southfield. Rico, how are you this afternoon?
Good, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
We're doing just fine, actually. Finally wrapping up. I think this might be the last broadcast we have from Lions training camp, whether it's our show or the morning show. So kind of wrapping things up, and we're, I guess, fortunate that we haven't seen many more injuries, which is good. That's a positive.
I thought we were headed down there tomorrow. Oh, shucks.
That would be interesting, yeah. So you guys head out to a practice when they don't practice in the afternoon, so that's why you guys don't do it. But yeah.
Yeah.
What's coming up on your program this afternoon?
Well, you know what? We got something where, speaking of NFL, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do a segment for the next 4 days where we kind of break down the rankings and tier the quarterbacks in the league of where they fall, the different tiers that you could be, because you always hear, game manager, all of this. We're going to take I got 5 different tiers. We're going to take 8 a day and break down and have a discussion of where your starting 32 quarterbacks fit in on this tier. No right answers, no wrong answers.
Interesting stuff. And A.J. Pierzynski, Rico. I'm sorry, Gator.
It's okay. I was just going to say, so are you saying you've got 8 tier 1 quarterbacks?
No. 8. No, we're going to do 8 different quarterbacks a day. 32 teams. We're going to do the next 4 days. The
So
categories.
some might be. Gotcha.
Oh,
some might be in a tier 1 or tier 2 today. They're not necessarily all in the same tier.
Correct. It's going to be jumbled up so that your categories are superstar, playmaker, game manager, a scratch off, meaning you're more valuable, almost untapped. But the second you scratch off the scratch off ticket, it becomes worthless. And then it's just a stopgap.
AJ Pierzynski of Foul Territory says the Tigers making the playoffs would be bad for baseball because they sold at the deadline and they didn't go for it. Buy or sell that take?
I mean, in the pantheon of things that are bad for baseball, you look at what the Dodgers have been doing for years. I can't sit there and hammer the Tigers because all of a sudden they just started playing and started winning. So I'm going to say no. I think it just shows that you don't need a team loaded with superstars to make the playoffs. To win the World Series, yes. To make the playoffs, no.
Yeah, which is kind of weird because AJ Pierzynski's take on that was basically that the Dodgers would be good for baseball. And I don't know anybody that's going to agree with that other than agents.
Gator, the only way the Dodgers are good for baseball, and you know this, guys, from every sport, when you have that hated team that everybody's like, oh, we have to knock them out, whether it's the Cowboys, it's the Lakers, it's the Yankees, it's the Patriots, it's the Chiefs. Like, there's certain teams that if you can all galvanize and everybody hates this team, you have something to chase to do better than. And right now, everybody wants to beat the Dodgers.
You know, it's funny you mentioned that because I think when I was growing up watching baseball for the first time in the late 70s, the Yankees were that team. Didn't like the Yankees at all.
Mm-hmm.
And who were they playing in the World Series in back-to-back years? Was the Dodgers.
Yeah.
the Dodgers have become the Golden State Warriors with Kevin Durant.
Yes.
And to Rico's point, the ratings for that team are great because everyone wants to see them lose. The hope for everyone else is in the toilet.
Yeah, when you have a league where there's no clear-cut best team out there, that's when you always say, it's kind of watered down this year. But when there's a team that everybody hates, it makes the games a little more exciting.
Sounds good. Rico, look forward to you and Mike this afternoon. So thanks to Bobby out here. Jake back at the station. Mark, thanks to you. We'll be back in studio tomorrow and recap what happened in the first game. The Tigers and the Guardians as we continue here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Former Michigan quarterback and current Viking J.J. McCarthy has been beat out for the starting role by Kyler Murray, according to Adam Schefter. Murray becomes Minnesota's fourth different starting QB in 4 years. The progression: Cousins to Darnold to McCarthy, and now finally Murray. Dan Campbell
What about
offered
Max Brosmer?
Well, I don't know. Week 1, okay? Dan Campbell offered the following update on safety Kirby Joseph. The Tigers start a big homestand against a pair of AL Central foes. First up, the Guardians. They've slipped all the way to 4th in the division. They have a -27 run differential and have won just 3 games in the last 10. Star player Jose Ramirez is yet to log an extra base hit in 52 at-bats since his return. He does have a career slugging of .584 versus Detroit, however. The pitching matchup features Drew Anderson and Tanner Bybee here on 97.1 at 640. Detroit is 0-6 against the Guardians this year. The NBA announced the Pistons will be a part of a tip-off doubleheader on Tuesday, October 20th. They'll host the Celtics in the first game of the day at 3 p.m., followed by the 76ers and Knicks. Thunder and Spurs wrap it up at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, it is Tuesday. Good to have everybody with us. We'll see if we can wake everybody up a little bit here, get some intensity going. Rico is back, and I have to tell you, I'm not big into getting into people's personal business. I think it's important everybody lives their own life the way they want to. But when I find out that you were on a Founders cruise, I'm sorry, I can't let that go. That is tremendous. And let me tell you, the photographs, if you've ever seen Wolf of Wall Street, the yacht, that's what we're working with.
It was nice. It wasn't mine, but it was nice.
It was absolutely fantastic.
So, yeah, up and down the Detroit River. So.
Tremendous. There was live music. David, there was a backing band on this thing. It was incredible. I have something especially for you. I did something that I thought was innocuous yesterday. I really didn't think it was that big of a deal, and that's maybe I'm just not seeing the board clearly. And all of a sudden, we had full lines on it. It was about college football.
Oh, boy.
And no. You were blamed for none of it.
Thank you.
But this is something where I talked about, I feel like there's no hype. There's no sizzle. Nobody really cares. And it was weird because people calling agreed. And they were like, yeah, I don't feel the way I used to. And then, the texters went on one about, well, it's because State's bad. Guys, State's been bad my whole adult life. And college football is my favorite sport. So why don't we try again, you drooling idiots? But let me do this. We got into part of the reason people are upset with or lacking a love for the game. And on the heels of it today, ESPN actually had something interesting, which is rare. Usually it's just
break down into the fights in the WNBA.
No, I was going to say usually it's a cavalcade of WNBA garbage, but it's not. I wanted to do this for you and the guys, and it's illuminating for people. We'll get to the Tigers at 3. It is this wide-ranging piece where they talk to college general managers and coaches about what actual NIL is like, and they have the price ranges for all the positions. And it is it's stunning. It is. So I can read to you some of this. I'm not going to go crazy. If you want to read it in full, I encourage you to do it because it'll give you a good level set for the actual sport. But like Kyle Whittingham is quoted in here, and I actually agree with him on this. He says, I can tell you right now, with NIL rising 30, 40% a year, it's not sustainable if we stay on the path we're on. I brought up yesterday, if you want to win the national championship, you need to be spending right now between $40 and $48 million. Texas is kind of that top of the pops at 48.5.
Yeah.
But it was interesting. Some of the quotes in here. Here's an ACC GM. You hear and read so much about everyone having $40 million rosters and every tackle's making $2 million and every corner's making $1 million, etc. That's not reality. Here's what the ranges are. So I'm going to start with you. We'll have some fun with this. And David, Paul, you guys want to jump in? Do it. It's educational. No one's yelling about this. The range for quarterbacks. And don't do the outlier thing of Arch Manning. Okay. You know, the general range for a quarterback. What do you think it's between?
I'm thinking quarterback probably between 1.5, 3 million.
You're in 1 to 3 million.
Oh.
Now, yes, you know, Darian Mensah, it was a bit of an outlier. Unprecedented deal with Miami that approached $8 million. There's word, and I'll get to it later here, there's quotes from industry people saying that Jeremiah Smith might be making as much as $10 million this year.
But see, that makes sense.
He's a one of one.
No, but and think about this. What did you not hear coming from Columbus this entire offseason? He's flirting with any team. That means Ohio State took care of him well.
Yes.
Son, here's the money up front. Nobody's going to top this. You like being a Buckeye? Let's be a Buckeye for life.
How about this quote from a Big 12 GM? If you've got $1 million starting quarterback, they're probably an inexperienced guy. Okay?
Wait, say that again in my good ear.
Yeah, hold on. No, lean in. If you've got $1 million starting QB, they're probably an inexperienced guy at this juncture, said a Big 12 GM.
Okay, you did say that.
I did.
And it's funny because it's true. It is true. And let me just say this. I know I ruined. I've said this isn't sustainable. They need to get a hold of this now before it goes out of control. Sounds like everybody is complaining, but nobody's willing to step up and just say, no, we're not doing this anymore. But wow.
You're
right. A $1 million quarterback is
a bum.
You got from Division III.
Typical range for a running back. Anybody want to venture a guess? Have some fun with this? Typical range.
I'll say $500,000.
Paul, you hit the median, brother. 300 to 800 grand.
Okay.
One of the quotes, if you want the elite, you're going to pay $750 to $1 million. And we do not pay running backs.
We do now.
Another quote from an agent, I think $500,000 to 600 grand is the sweet spot for a lot of teams where they can get a really good one and feel like they're not overpaying. 600 grand for a running back. Wide receivers. Now, take Jeremiah Smith out, take Cam Coleman out. Those are unicorns. Those are like megalodons. Those guys are making 5, 7. There are reports Jeremiah Smith was offered $10 million to leave, and Ohio State had to pony up. The general range for wide receivers.
If it's anything like NFL, it's probably a little bit more than running back, so I'll say like 600,000.
400 to $1 million.
Okay.
So you're in the mix.
Okay.
You're fine.
Okay.
A few CFP contenders, Indiana, Texas Tech, Miami, are heading into the season with elite wide receiver duos. GM surveyed agreed 500 to 600 would be their range for a veteran number 2 receiver. So 600 grand gets you a veteran number 2.
So, David, when your son says he's tired, this is why you get back out on the field and do one more rep. Okay? Because by the time he's playing, those numbers are going to double.
Offensive linemen, I'm going to put all together, okay? What do you think the range is? Tackles, guards, the whole bit.
I think it goes to $1 million probably.
No, I'm thinking tackles. I know you said all together, but I'm going to say probably a little bit more.
You're right.
Because your running back doesn't do well if you can't block anybody.
Well, that's why I was thinking close to $1 million because I was thinking tackles.
See Nate Carter at MSU.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to say 1 to 2 mil.
So it's interesting. They say they kind of talk out of both sides of their mouth here. 600 to 1.2 for tackles, 400 to 800 for guards. But in the same breath, one agent is quoted as saying, I'm always asking for $1 million. If you want to be in the game, you've got to be in that range. Then there are high standards and unicorns like Jordan Seaton, the kid from Colorado. He's now at LSU. 1.5 is the high end. You've got bleeping high school kids making that. 1.5 million for the best tackles on the market. So they kind of,
I guess if you're a 5-star, yeah. Which I would never pay for a high school kid. Period.
Edge rushers, $500,000 to 1.2. One Big Ten staffer quoted as saying, I can't imagine what Colin Simmons or Dylan Stewart, the kid at South Carolina, are making For a Dylan Stewart, a limit does not exist. Yeah. That's a quote from another agent.
And I know we're not talking outliers, but the edge rusher and the O-tackle seems like, to me, as a position you would pay almost as equal to the quarterback, because those guys are changing the game. But, okay, continue.
D tackles. You know the answer.
D tackle.
You know the answer.
$1 million.
There you go. The market for them is every bit as strong as edge, a Big Ten GM said. Guys kept entering the portal later in the cycle, and the market never fell out. As more guys went in, they kept getting more money. It was nuts, close quote.
I just think Derek Harmon. So
yeah, interior guys that are a high level or more than 7 figures. A Big 12 GM said they're not wrong. It's the most egregious position. They can be average and get paid 7 figures. It's a function of supply and demand. Linebackers. David, Paul, anybody want to rifle one through the till here?
I'll say 300 to 400 grand.
That's the low end, brother.
750.
You got it right there. That's quote, the most affordable starters on defense among general managers and agents.
Yeah.
If you're in the 700s, you're paying a guy who's done it and started a ton of games, an SEC GM said. I'd say they're probably the cheapest position on defense by a decent amount. If you're getting paid $500,000 at linebacker, you're not average. Corners, 400 to 900. Safeties, upwards of $1 million. Interesting there. It's kind of inverted. The corner cheaper than the safety. A Big Ten GM said, corner's interesting to me. There's so many of them, I feel like the market gets tamped down a bit. Corner was huge last year, an agent said, but safety was on top this year. I think it's flipped.
You know why? That makes sense, Mike, because not a lot of kids want to go into college being safeties. Everybody wants to be the lockdown, shutdown corner.
Yes.
Look at me. Whereas, yeah, if you're a safety, you go the Caleb Downs route and, okay, well, I'll get paid that way. So that actually makes sense.
They're also asking corner or safeties to do so much more now. Like they're asked to come down and play nickel, to play in the slot, to cover tight ends. Makes sense.
So what do you make of it? When I give you the quotes from GMs and I give you what the real world pricing is. Now, and again, that Jeremiah Smith thing, he's the number one player.
Yeah.
But the idea of a college kid making $10 million potentially, when I read those to you, is any of that surprising?
It's not, because you talk about Jeremiah Smith, Mike, but the one that really gets me is Dante Moore, because he could have gone to the league.
Yeah.
And may have been the second pick overall. So Oregon had to pony up something to get that kid, and in fact, he didn't want to be a Jet.
There's the key part. If anything will make you take money out of your pocket, it's the idea of taking the Jets' money.
He didn't want to be a Jet, but I think he probably got paid as well. No, I'm not shocked, because that's the new price of doing business. And sadly, it goes up exponentially because, just a few years ago, a kid making $150,000 was considered, wow. Now that's a kicker instead of a quarterback. So, yeah, somebody better get a hold of this. But no, I am not shocked. It is becoming the haves versus the have-nots. I don't think you're going to get that grassroots team who all of a sudden makes it to the national title game with a roster of a piddly $12 million. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
In a lot of ways, it's become baseball, and we always say it. I mean, you just have vast majority of teams. I don't even know what you're playing for. Yeah. But it's. I think Whittingham's comment is the most interesting thing, because you are in a bit of a race against time. Where is the money coming from? If it's like when people do this discussion of like the dollar versus inflation, you're not outrunning this. 20, 30, 40% year over year over year over year. And I don't know if the average fan thinks about it, cares about it. That was the other thing with yesterday. I didn't tell anybody how to feel. I didn't ask anybody to feel a certain way.
Did you get people triggered?
It was weird, dude. It was very bizarre. But like for me, no, I'm a grown adult. I can't separate a college kid who's not even a good quarterback making $1 million. Like that just seems perverse to me. Yet I am the same person. I have no problem with players getting paid. Yeah. But you're not Rick Ross. You didn't release an album. No. How are you making $5 million? You're not even good. There's something wrong when a guy makes more staying in college than becoming a professional. That's the part I get very twisted up with.
The only good byproduct of this whole system, Mike, and you just touched upon it, and you didn't even realize it. You're going to get better teams because players will stick around longer. It's not just, okay, I got to quickly run off to the league. You're going to see guys playing in college for 5, 6,
See, I don't want
7 years.
I'm not the person to sell that to. Okay. Like the Justin Flows of the world who are in year 8, buddy, you can have that. But no, I want to just, as you re-entered the studio, I saw this and I go, all right, I want to see if any of this surprised you. No. And I didn't think it would. You're more versed in it than me. But man, when you read the quotes, you can tell these GMs are all scrambling.
And David, I see you. It's haves versus have-nots, and that's the key is you don't want to be a have-not because you're just going to get fired.
248-539-9797. Dave, we'll get some texts and stuff. I know we're over time. 97.1.
Okay, here's the beauty of it. We just talked about it. And maybe if he's still down, I'm going to give Mike over to the basement. We're going to watch some college football. We're going to capture that love again. I love you too, buddy. We're going to get Mike there. You can have your own dream fan cave that you can watch all your fall sports, whether it's football, hockey, basketball this fall, for just $495 a month. That's all it takes to get a brand new basement from Matrix Basements. Let me say that again, just $495 a month, and you too could have that dream man cave with the cool bar, or you can have a beautiful new family room, or just the home theater you've always been dreaming about. Matrix Basements can do that for you. It's very simple. Visit matrixbasements.com today for that free in-home design consultation. And before you know it, for just $495 a month, Matrix Basements will come through for you. Matrix Basements, built for you.
Joe. My God. All right. We got a 1 seed for next year.
Wow.
Stunning.
I heard the Paul Sarah. I heard you guys found out about that one.
Incredible. David, okay, go ahead. Get it out of your system. Tremendous.
You'll eat at that Miami restaurant.
And we're just going to check the text and then get to the people. Go ahead, David.
Text here from Ryan. He says, I just wanted players to get paid for autographs or be able to do an ad for a car dealership. NIL was Pandora's box.
Well, without oversight, yeah.
Right there is where I think it's lost everything, because you can't keep asking the boosters and the donors to come back when your team is not winning. If you're winning, sure, I'll keep adding to the collection plate, but wait, what happened to the $10 million I gave you for that last quarterback? Well, funny thing happened. He sucked. So I found a new one. He's going to be a lot better. I promise you, eventually they're going to say, no, if you're making money because you're doing a car commercial, great. Like you saw the Boozer Brothers in commercials. Okay, fine. But just because, hey, I happen to play a certain position, give me money, that's where this whole thing has become so perverse so quickly.
Well, the idea of teams spending near $50 million, not sustainable.
The only thing worse than college football, Mike, is college hoops.
How bad is it there?
College hoops, it's worse because you got a guy who can average 6 points a game who walks in and says, give me $1 million. For what, son? You score 6 points a game, but teams will rush out and get him because maybe he's got some potential. And that's where it gets bad, because at least you see in college football, the high-end players make a ton of money because they either done it before. Mm-hmm. But for college hoops, Mike, it's spin the wheel. I played at this little school, so I may be a diamond in the rough. I could be the next Yaxel, so you better pay me. Watch out. And you end up making a ton of money only to go to your new team and average 4.5 points a game.
Bobby Uchi Kabuchi, or whatever his name was. David?
Eric in North Carolina texts in and says, this is why I'm out on college sports. I am not paying for tickets and paying for the players to play in the game. Imagine the Tigers passing the hat for a right-handed bat. Another text comes in.
No, real quick. Right there. Because if you told me, you can't have it, you can't have everything. You can't have this lucrative TV deal and cry broke. You can't come in making a bare minimum of, some $30 million a year and say, yeah, but we can't afford these players. So could you guys chip in on this, put a little something, put 5 on it if you would? No.
As DJ Quick said, pitch in on a party.
Right.
Michael in Madison Heights texts in and says, when I hear these prices, I can't help but think the same when I hear how much money the Kardashians have. Who is paying for this crap? Nothing makes sense anymore.
It does not. But no, it was an educational piece. I'm not even raising my voice. I just thought it was interesting. It was timely on the heels of yesterday. And yeah, we can get to the Tigers at 3. Let's go to Joe. Go ahead.
No, I'll say, but it does take away from the fact of, look, we've said it before. The beauty of college sports was it was a mini drama where you got to follow the player for some years and you got to hope on the potential. Okay, this guy was good. Wait till you see him in year 3. Or you see this one kid and, oh, man, we got to play him for the next 3-4 years. Yeah. Oh, my God. You don't get that anymore.
It's like when you discovered Jake Long. You're like, okay, not going to get a sack on the left side for 3 years.
Yeah.
Sweet. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. Thanks for having me on. I'm totally disgusted by the whole NIL thing. But me personally, I still love the sport. I plan my Saturdays around it.
Sure.
But I'd like to get to a topic yesterday you mentioned, and I kind of have an alternative theory on why college football is down locally. And how I'm going to tell you when I think it completely shifted. 2024. Think about it. Michigan wins the title. We got what we wanted. We got our title. The Lions become the best team in football. The Tigers make the playoffs for the first time in 10 years. And later that year, the Wings are in the playoff chase. The Pistons make the playoffs. I think the fact the local teams are now relevant completely shifted the vibe in town, because I don't think the average person has time to pay attention to everything. And I think with all this expansion and expanded conferences, I think right around that year when it happened, all the pro teams got good. So I think it's kind of a correlation.
You know what, Joe? I'm going to add to that. I think you hit a great point, but then for the State fans, it was the whole Tucker fiasco, where all of a sudden you thought you had something. He was a $100 million coach, and now he's gone. Go ahead. Welcome back. How was Saratoga, man?
I'm sorry.
How was Saratoga?
It was wonderful. Time with family is the most precious commodity you have as you get older.
I'm telling you, unless the station burnt down, you were not getting a call from me.
No, school got traded, and I was happy to help. That was fine.
Yeah.
But
I didn't even want to do that. And you're like, no. I'm doing nothing.
Never going to hoe you out. It was MLB trade deadline day. It's no stress. Let's go over to Mark, 97.1. Mark, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing good, Mike and Rico. Nice talking with you today. Thanks for letting me on the air. You know, I'm burning up, Mike. You got me going yesterday with this college football fiasco.
Yeah.
I mean, it's across the board, you know, and Rico just mentioned basketball. You know, where do I go? Because I'm getting pushed out of sports on all levels here, even in the pros. What they're doing, it's Orwellian. George Orwell's turning over in his grave. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. Elaborate. I want to understand. What do you mean? Where does 1984 come into this?
Well, it comes into the money figures here across the board. I was just commenting last night on a show after 97.1 went national. The Buffalo Stadium, 2.2 billion.
I've got it on my list today. Yeah, taxpayers put in $800 million if you include seat licenses, and there are thousands of seats in the upper deck that are obstructed view. Yeah.
Well, that's my. Yeah, that's it, Mike. That's my Orwellian view right there, just across the board. The money and the greed is taken away from the pleasure. And you know what? You stated it big with me. I loved seeing the younger players go all the way through the senior years, and we had we had teams we could look at the names. Like you said, you look at the teams now, and we don't know who they are.
Look, I think I truly mean this. No sarcasm, no smarm. The money issue would disappear if we had contracts that required loyalty. That the school had to be loyal to the player and the player had to be loyal to the school. You could then
buy in.
You could buy in again. I think most people. I don't know where I would stand, but the point is, the thing that college football always had on its side is those are our guys. Mm-hmm. And it took a lot for a guy to transfer. Now, it was going to happen here or there, but it wasn't a whore market. That's where if we could find but again, what are you going to do?
Right,
have Congress do it?
There's that delicate balance of you want your guy to be good, but not too good, because if he's too good, he's leaving. If he's not good enough, then you wasted all your money.
He's right, 248-539-9797. We can knock a few calls, and I don't mind mixing in that news story about Highmark Stadium. Have you seen this? Mm-hmm. Rico. Why don't you just tell Bills fans you don't care about them? Why don't you just tell them to stay home?
No, because they have a monument of a broken table in there.
Got it.
Show you. Hey,
that'll fix it.
Yeah, we love you guys.
We'll get more of the calls next. 97.1. So Paul Serra's got a blitz for us in about 10 minutes. We'll get to the Tigers because they're back at it tonight. This weather should move through around 5, so I don't think it's going to impact tonight's game. But Cleveland's in town. We'll try to sort through where you're at with your baseball team. I'm ignoring A.J. Przinsky's comments. I don't understand them. I don't really want to get into them. I think it's kind of silly.
It's kind of shaking both hands.
Yeah, and I just didn't think it was worth it. I'd rather have a different conversation with the listeners. But let's go to Mike on a cell 97.1. Mikey, what's the good word, buddy?
I don't know. Are you talking to me? Because there's a lot of mics out there.
Mike, I'm talking to you, the one and only. What's the word?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Well, big question for you, Mike.
Yeah.
I happen to be one of the 6 people that loves when he's sitting talking about horse racing.
Okay.
And like some of us, I'm sitting here watching the NYRA broadcast on Saturday, and good old Linda Rice drops the name Mike Valenti.
Yeah.
Whoa, wait a minute. And then come Sunday, guess who's on the broadcast?
Hi, it's
Mike
me.
Valenti.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Come on, give us some recap. Give us some story.
The recap.
Whoa.
Yeah, what?
Wait, I'm sorry, Mike. Thank you for dropping it.
That's fine. What?
You were on horse racing time?
Yes, I was.
Wow.
That's just not my jam, and it's part of
we got to pull the tape. Thank you, Mike.
Mikey, I have things outside of radio I enjoy or other business ventures. It's not unbelievable. It was a dream weekend.
You and me
Mike.
both.
It was a dream weekend, and to have my dad there with me, it was incredible. It was special.
And Mike, I'm not going to dig into your personal, but they're interviewing you as either the spokesperson of an ownership or you are an owner. And guys like us are looking for a horse to at least root for.
That's both. I mean, Mike, it is what it is. Yeah. I mean, look, she's pretty nasty. I mean, it was and Mike, you know this if you like the game. Saratoga's, along with Keeneland's, the hardest place to win at in America. So again, to spend time with my dad, to have my brother-in-law there, to have those moments, it's wild. But it takes a village, Mike. You watch it, you know it. Like, it takes a zillion people to be involved to make stuff happen at that level. So yes, it was me. I hope you like the jacket. That's not my jam. Boom.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was unbelievable. It was.
I did not notice if there was a pocket square involved.
There was. I guarantee it. I guarantee it, Mikey. But yeah, guilty as charged. Yeah. No, thank you.
Congratulations on the win, because I think you had two. I think you had 2 winners, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. But I don't know who else you had. How many horses you had?
We had a big weekend. Like I said, man, it takes a village. You need partners. You need outside groups. You need people who believe in what you're doing, and it's. You know what? It'll never be duplicated. You can run your whole life up there and not win a race. So, yeah, I mean, again,
exactly.
Mike, my dad's in good health. He was there. Those moments, that's why I do it. I don't care about the other stuff. All that vanity crap, that ain't for me. It's more sharing it with my people. And like I said, like I grew up in that picnic area, Mike. Saratoga's a real special place to me. The idea that, you know, this is part of what I'm doing now. No, you're just, it's a different space. It feels like an out-of-body thing because I'm just still me. But yeah, and Mike, it's not something I run around talking about, but you called up. What am I? I'm not going to lie to you. So yeah, I mean, it was an unbelievable week, and I appreciate you asking. And look, it's, you savor it and then you move on. But yeah, no, I had a great time. But like Rico, this is our relationship, right? I don't do nothing. Like, I don't do socials. I don't do any of that crap. I'm not going to be that guy.
No.
Like, hey, here's what I'm not Jim Costa.
No.
Jim has a good hamburger, and it's an international thing.
Well, yes, in his banana hammock, yes.
Right. That's like, very nice. Like, he's like Borat.
Or you're Rieger at the wedding.
Can't do it.
I'm just like, wow. I'm like, okay, you know what? You trumped the boat ride. Like,
no.
No, yes,
he did.
No,
not once.
No.
Wait,
no.
First of all, they're just talking, and it's Mike Valenti. I'm sorry, did you say Mike Valenti? Is it 2 of them? What?
I was asked.
Let's get him on camera.
I was asked by one of the partners to join. I said I will do so.
Did you have good lighting? Okay, let's get
it was outside, so I'd say so.
Let's get the microphone on him. Mr. Valenti, sir, we'd like you to come and join our broadcast, please, if you would, sir.
Dude,
you out here winning races at Saratoga. Man.
It's all gratitude, man. Seriously. Like, it was funny. I was talking to my dad. It was like, whose life is like this? Dude, like the way it is now, I've said this to you, is like Saratoga now, my family wouldn't have had access to it. Like when I was a kid, it was like $1 to get in. Like they're ruining everything. It's like sports, right? Like we had that caller 2 or 3 back. They're pushing people away because in order to, regular sports is probably different. You can watch it on TV and fall in love with it. But like horse racing, you got to experience the good in it to like really fall in love with it. And when you go to a place like Saratoga, you can get so close to the horses. It's a different thing. You know, like if you like hockey, the odds of actually getting on the glass in your lifetime without taking a HELOC is very low. Gotcha. Saratoga, I can put you as close to a horse as the door behind you. Okay. And that's for $5.
Okay.
So it's just, it bums me out though because
we're
David, pushing people out of it.
David, you know why he could do that? Because we know Mike Valenti. We could name drop now.
That's fine.
We know Mike. Oh, right here. Do you? Yes, we know Mike.
Just a guy,
Mr.
man.
Valenti, sir. Wow. Just wait till NIL hits horses. I need 5 sugar cubes and 2 apples.
Buddy, it's hard enough to raise money. Don't add to it. It is hard enough to crowdsource to play in that pond. Trust me. Don't. If you had NIL, I'm done.
Oh man,
brother.
I didn't
Rico's
know
trying to sign shoe deals.
The Nabans.
Yeah. Oh God. Dude, that is still one of the greatest jokes you've ever made. I did see, you know what, and I know this is not the topic. I did see, and I don't know who the jock was, but they had on like a visor. They looked like, remember, who was the chick that Donald Sterling was banging?
Oh,
V. Stiviano.
Yeah.
There was a jock, and he was, like the horse had one on. I'd never seen it, but I'm like, there's no way I'm sending this to Rico because I'll never live this down.
And a nice Nabans.
The Nabans.
Yeah.
David, some text. We'll get more to people in a second. Yes, Paul is a blitz, and we'll get to the Tigers. What was the other one you did? Oh, you asked me if they wore snowshoes.
Well, he told me they did. So I was like, Mike, they really wear snowshoes? No.
It's ridiculous.
No, they don't, okay?
Ridiculous.
Like, Evan set me up for that one. He was like, no, how do you think they race in the winter? I was
you did walk back over like, man, I got some good news.
I was like, oh, that kind of makes sense, you know?
Yeah, it's like snow tires in Russia. Right. They just wrap chains around the feet. David, go ahead.
Text on college sports. Someone says, hearing these numbers has me looking at my 6-year-old son like, boy, you better learn how to block. Everyone in my family is 6'2" and up, so there's hope. Right. That is from Jared.
Right, you're doing the ladder drills after church on Sunday. Come on.
But when you like
in your church shoes.
When you think about it though, it's like we all were okay with players getting paid. Yeah. I didn't have a problem. But maybe I'm just stupid. Is like I look back at college. If someone handed me $500, I would have felt like Drake. 50 grand? James Harden after Game 7. Handing a 17 or 18-year-old $2 million? Yeah. I don't know, man.
Well, Mike, that's just it. Like now, when I go to like cover a kid as he does his, I'm announcing to school, it hit me the last one. This kid is making way more money than I am. And he's yet to play college sports. But that realization kicks in. Like, I'm not mad for him. It's like, I'm happy he's getting that. But just the reality of the whole situation, they never put guardrails. They allowed it to happen because I think the NCAA wanted it to fail. Oops. And then TV kicked in with money and kept it afloat.
Do you think we'll look back that it was the perfect storm? Like, do you think we'll look back and it was the NCAA starting to lose these antitrust lawsuits, letting go of the rope at the very moment that essentially the networks would fill the leadership void?
I'm going to take it a step further. I think we're going to look back and say, because I do think this is going to get corrected. I don't think this is going to keep going. Think of it more like baseball strike, steroid era. Yeah. Oops, we went too far. Let's reel this back in before we lose all credibility.
Got to be honest, I kind of miss the steroid era. I kind of miss guys hitting 340 with 55 bombs. I mean, we're in a league now. If you hit 230, they treat you like Honus Wagner.
Okay, was it Bagwell and Biggio? Yeah.
Ken Caminiti. I'm just making a point. Rico, it'd be nice if somebody could hit 300.
Well, it'd be nice if somebody could just hit.
Okay, Rico wins. We'll get to more of the people next. 97.1.
Hey, let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, and they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, folks. They're going to find you every discount and rebate and incentive to save you some money. So stop in and check out their massive inventory of 2026 Chevys. The selection is best right now, and there's no waiting. They're ready for immediate delivery, including the August Rico deal. A new 2026 Chevy Trailblazer for as low as, and I'm not about to stutter, $179 a month for 24 months.
What'd you say?
$179 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Just stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them Rico sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
All right, we have a special treat. A man that Doug Karsh would like to see naked. It is Paul Serra's football blitz. David, give me that Doug drop to start things off. And here we are.
So I figured since you, Mike, said yesterday that you're not really that pumped and there's no real buzz for college football.
No.
I figured I would do something that maybe might get you into college football.
You'll take it back 10 years?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to present the best college football traditions, and I'm going to have you and Rico rank them on a scale of 1 to 10.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw out these aren't in any order. I'm just going to throw some at you and you can rank them.
10 being good or?
Yeah, 10 being great,
Okay.
1 being a bad tradition.
Okay.
1 being petiti.
Gotcha.
Got it.
So let's start off locally. Michigan and their fans singing Mr. Brightside.
1. It's stupid, it's synthetic, and it's a song about a guy sitting in the weird chair of a hotel room and lamenting another dude banging his girl. I don't get it. Not for me.
Basically trying to realize why I should stick around.
Right,
I'll leave it at that.
It's also, it isn't really a tradition. It started like 5 minutes ago.
They wrote the song, Mike. You didn't know that?
They invented night games. It's a 1.
It is very creepy because all of a sudden they act as if this has been around for decades and decades.
Right, it's not jump around at Wisconsin.
Right.
So if you want me to value a tradition, I need...
It's new? Yeah, but it's... I would say a 2, but the if you actually listen to the words of the song, nothing bright side about that song.
Well, speaking of that, Mike, Wisconsin jump around.
I like it.
5. I'm good with it. And I dig it. Like, remember a few years ago, Michigan was like doing the jump around and like putting chairs in the air and stuff. I'm good with it. It's I'll say a solid 5.
I'm going to go even higher. I'm going to go probably like a 7 or an 8 because from what I understand, I have yet to get to Wisconsin on my Big Ten stadium, but the actual stadium shakes is what they say. Everybody's involved. Everybody gets into it. It's not just the student section. So when it's a total buy-in, I like that. I'll go 8.
Okay.
What about the Iowa Hawkeye wave, where they wave to the hospital?
Let me be careful here.
I guess we have to say 10 or we get canceled.
No, I'll tell you where I'm just going to.
It'll be Paul and David tomorrow from 2 to 6.
Fine. I'll say it. 2.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It's a nice thing to do, but I hate Iowa football. And honestly, half the games, I don't think those kids even are at the window. They can't bear to watch.
Why do we have to go to the window?
Don't. I'm comfortable. I don't want to do this. What do I care? They've punted 3 times in the first quarter. 2. Can't do it.
I'm going to save the show, Paul. I'm going to say a 5.
2.
A 5 just because it's one of those that even the opposing team goes and does the wave as well.
All right, what about West Virginia country roads?
Solid. I'll put that in the jump around range. I know other teams have picked up country roads, but for West Virginia, that's a thing. I want to go to a West Virginia game, not because I care about college football anymore. I want to see that. Also, how did West Virginia become the home of pepperoni rolls? What a weird thing. I'll say 5.
New Yorkers moved there?
To West Virginia?
I don't know, maybe a lot of the Italians stopped right there out of the way.
Is it better for the no teeth?
Okay. It's just remarkable. I'll say 5.
David, you drove through West Virginia. You tell me. I still can't believe that story. I'm like,
please. And that's what they said to me as I drove by.
They probably stopped like, wait, you actually wanted to drive through our state? You know what? Let him go. Let him go. He's brave. He's
I didn't know Wojo was from West Virginia.
I would say,
oh boy.
Yeah, I like it. Once again, I like it. It's their song, makes sense. So I'll give that one an 8.
Yeah, it's not like Mr. Brightside.
Yes.
Let's go with Virginia Tech Enter Sandman.
10. One of the 3 or 4 best things in the sport. I know VTech sucks now, but man, Lane Stadium at night, Enter Sandman, Beamer Ball.
With the light show that they do with it.
That's a 10 for me, dog. Yeah. Even though they stink now.
Yes, same thing. I like the whole production that they do with it. And it's, once again, it's theirs. You know, Enter Sandman, you automatically think in VTech.
Yes. David doesn't even want to give an opinion.
What about the Colorado Ralphie's Run?
I'm not trying to be difficult. A 4 or a 5. Like I'm okay with it. It's like Bevo. I'm fine. It doesn't do a lot for me, but I'll say a 5. I'll put it right there with Jump Around and Country Roads.
I'm going to say no, dog.
A 0?
I'm going to see if I can get 2 or 3. It's like, okay, you're running this animal out there who probably hates his life and doesn't want to be there. It's only fun when he knocks somebody over.
All right, maybe I'll put it down with Iowa waving to the kids who hate the football team. It's probably the same thing. Like, I don't want to do this.
Right, Bevo the same way. Like, boy, let me off this chain and watch what I can do.
Noted.
All right, let's wrap things up here with a recent tradition that's just gone on a few years now, and that's Michigan State missing out on a bowl game.
A 10. It's fabulous. If it were up to me, they'd bulldoze the stadium.
That's what David had. That's what he was saying.
That's fine. It's fine. MSU's the dumbest school in America. They don't even have traditions anymore. They used to have the Spartan Chariot, and they got rid of the damn thing.
They got the curly shuffle. They got melting moments, Mike. What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
His name is Zeke.
Zeke, the Wonder Dog, and they got melting moments.
And they can't afford his NIL. He's transferred. Zeke is now at Western.
Well, the new Zeke is now there.
Oh, no. Yeah. There's a new Zeke?
There's a new Zeke.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So we got melting moments, but what do you want?
Nothing. Honestly.
That was just mean and hurtful, David, because of Mr. Brightside. You know what? Let's hope you never have to sing that song, okay?
What about War Eagle? There's so many of these you missed. The Masked Rider at Texas Tech.
Howard's Rock.
Yeah, well, that one bothers me.
Dotting the I at Ohio State.
Oh, with that Sousaphone or whatever the hell it is?
Takes too long. Way too long.
Yeah,
that's a 2 for me. But no, like Clemson running down the hill, love that.
Yeah, but they show up in buses.
Right, but they take the bus from one half of the stadium to the other.
All right,
that's
fine.
Baller move.
Okay, all right, fine. Everything's fine.
David, you just mean.
What about the Purple Haze at East Carolina? Okay, let's keep it moving.
What about the Tiger?
What, at LSU?
Yeah.
Well, he's what do you call it? He's in a...
Run the Tiger on the field and you get a 10.
They built a jungle for him. It's outside the bookstore.
But if they took the Tiger and ran him out on the field, that's a 10 out of 10.
No, that's a liability nightmare. Oh, my God. 97-1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. The Tigers and Guardians clash here at 97.1 in a pivotal series for both teams. The Guardians have only won 3 games in their last 10. One of the reasons for their struggles is Jose Ramirez, who's not been himself after returning from injury. Longtime broadcaster Tom Hamilton told me the following. Maybe not. 6:40 the first pitch here on 97.1. Drew Anderson heads to the mound against Tanner Bybee. Evan Woodbury says that Wenzel Perez and Kerry Carpenter were spotted playing catch in the outfield today at Comerica. Perez does have a follow-up eye appointment in town. According to Adam Schefter, the Vikings have informed Kyler Murray that he'll be the starting quarterback over former Michigan signal caller J.J. McCarthy. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media he likes where Corby Joseph's injury recovery is at, but he's currently away from the team for personal reasons. The Pistons will be the first team to tip off the NBA regular season in October. On the 20th, they're part of a triple header that day versus Boston. ESPN's Brian Windhorst said there isn't a sign and trade on the table for Jalen Duren, but at the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hour 2, good to have you. I know we have to get to the Tigers, but just one note there, because what Jeremy had was interesting. The Duren thing, I haven't had a chance to talk to you about it. You know, we're sitting here still. You had a report, I think it was 2 days ago, it might have been Sunday. Duren is seriously considering, and I don't know how much I believe this, the qualifying offer of $9.5 million. And then he's an unrestricted free agent. And yet you juxtapose that with Trajan Langdon drawing a line in the sand and also not even entertaining sign and trade options. I mean, I'm not ready to make a judgment. I got to see how it plays out. But as we sit here today, because of the offseason the Pistons had, doesn't it feel like Trajan overplayed his hand a little?
Yeah, I think he was hoping for a little bit more loyalty from Duren. He was hoping that he would come back and want to play with the fellas and, you know, we could wrap this thing up. And he didn't get that. Duren made it known. I want to get paid.
Would you consider a sign and trade right now?
I would consider anything because I don't think he wants to come back here. So, yeah, it's not the same as Scuba, but it feels like, yeah, he's going to walk for pretty much nothing after next year, and then what? So,
I just have a hard time believing, no matter how much you feel undervalued or how much you might not want to be here, are you really leaving 140 on the table? Let's say they offered 5 at 150. You think that's reasonable? Even if it's 5 at 140, 5 at 130, Rico, he'd be leaving 125 mil on the table.
Yeah.
To take 9.5 1-year deal.
Because this is where Duren's going to look at it as I'm betting on myself. And if I go backwards, I lost. And I think ego and pride has now kicked in. Common sense left many weeks ago.
Fair enough.
So, man, if I take this lesser deal, see, they won and I can't have them win. I'm gonna show you how dedicated I am. Give me the $9 million. I'm going to come out here so you can't say I'm doing it for the love of money.
But if that happens, everything you plan goes out the window because not only are you not going to have the player, you're going to lose him for zero. And as much as I'm not a Duren fan, let's be real. You're not better with him being vaporized.
Or you're also wondering, like, what's the buy-in for the team? Like, is he now just out to score all the points for himself? And
I don't know.
I don't really care about team. I got to make sure that I get my 20 and 10 every night.
I still believe it'll go the way of the Gibbs thing. That something will get done because I sound like Paul. There's just got to be more.
Yeah, Paul, are you still searching? Because the last time Paul did a show with me, he told me, no, there's going to be something.
There has to be more.
No, right now the Wings and the Pistons are like the two old people at the intersection. No, you go. No, you go. No, you go. Neither are moving. Neither are doing anything.
I still can't believe that Elliot Friedman report. But Jeff Greenberg? Yeah. Oh, but he was with the Blackhawks for 10 minutes. Wait a second. You're the Detroit Red Wings. Like, this is still
I'm still the
very attractive job.
The elephant in the room, and I think I may be right. Larkin's going to show up to training camp. Hi, guys. Hey, it's me.
Oh, man.
All right, let's go.
Let's
lead off the drill, so we're going to warm up. I'm still your captain.
Brother, that is Radio gold right there.
But no, for Duren, I think it's now pride, it's ego. When he left to go to Sacramento, and I think when he didn't get the deals that he thought he was going to get, I'll give Trajan credit. I'm going to let the market dictate what we pay you. The market said you're not going to get paid.
But to a point, I agreed. But we're sitting here, it's August 11th. I mean, do you consider people like Ramona Shelburne credible? You can do what you want. They're saying this could go into camp.
But I mean,
like this is a team that the designs need to be on getting to the NBA Finals. This is a bizarre thing. I still think Duren's getting very bad advice.
No, but
very bad advice.
But it also comes from management. You saw that with Harris when it's finally your turn to sit in the big boy chair and you make the decisions. It's a lot easier to do when you're the assistant. It's,
fair.
You don't have to come up with the plan of what happens if this blows up in my face. You want to set the precedent. I'm going to be a hardline GM. Well, okay, but you're doing it. Why? Like at some point, you just sit down and maybe you go to the Coney Island after dark and it's just you two in the booth and you hammer this thing out. But they didn't.
See, but it's not even just that, because if this report is correct, if there are teams out there willing to do a sign and trade today, we're talking about way long after free agency has started. Today, it's now August. Then do it.
I
get it. You may not get what you want in return,
right there,
but do it. You can't have this hanging over your head all year.
Right, but at that point, okay, are you willing? Is it draft picks you're getting back? Is it actual players? Like, I need to know the team, I need to know what the value is, because you're like, we're going to send you 3 first-round picks. I'm just throwing that number out there.
No, I hear you, but you're not doing that deal. No, it'd be players, because especially now, teams have already hit their budgets, and money's going to have to move as a part of this. That money is human capital, so it'd be players. My whole point is the contingencies had to be in place. Like, no one's going to know Duren and his representation more than Trajan. This is not us sitting here and commenting from the outside. There's no world he didn't have an idea this was a possibility, because they were trying to negotiate with him a year ago and they couldn't get to a deal. Then he had a big season. They couldn't get to a deal. Then free agency started. Couldn't get to a deal. Free agency ended. They don't have a deal. And if a player, man, I gotta believe they can get something done. The problem is what you said. Do I even want to get something done at this point? Because and I don't want to fight Piston fans. I'm not in the mood for it. I feel like Duren
took on college football yesterday.
Oh, it was weird because I wasn't angry or telling people how to do whatever you want. Rico, I feel like Duren held the organization hostage because they had to leave the money there to get his deal done. And what did all the fans want? We wanted to get Cade his Robin. Right. What did they do instead? They did exactly what a team would do if they had to keep $30+ million in reserve and brought you the Isaiah Joe backing band.
But see, it's funny you say that, because I could see the other side, that the Pistons held Duren hostage because they were like, well, we'll match whatever anybody gives you, and we're not going to make any trades for you. You're not going to go anywhere. You're going to sign this deal that we put on there. Basically, you're not leaving this dinner table until you eat your broccoli.
When you put it like that. David, a couple of the texts, and I will get to the Tigers, but I thought what Jeremy had there, it's interesting, and it is one of these hidden storylines, but if he takes that qualifying offer, man.
That's just,
what message
you know what?
That's sending?
You guys have screwed me over. Okay, two could play at that game. Give me the $9 million.
But then you're not getting them back.
Right. And I think it may have reached that point. I don't want to come back here. So this is my way of saying I'm not coming back. You had your opportunity to negotiate. You failed.
David, what do you got, buddy?
A text on everything. Wisconsin is one of the few college stadiums I've been to. The jump around was way overrated, they say. Someone else texted in and says, the Pistons opening the season at 3 p.m. on a Tuesday, shaking my head. The NBA just can't get it together.
Well, they don't like you. I'm going to repeat that. They don't like you. Why do you think you're not on Christmas Day? They don't like you.
You're exactly right, because ESPN was talking about the NBA opening day, and they didn't mention the Pistons at all.
How nice of them to take 6 minutes from WNBA nonsense.
Well, David, I told you. Hey, they showed you your value. Not very much.
Well, I just think it's that they think the Pistons, they're going to ride off their fame and what they did last year by starting them immediately, and then completely disregard them as the season goes on. Because I don't think they expect them to be that good by Christmas.
But Paul, you're the cheese ball. You're the charcuterie tray. You know what? The meal is coming later. Just enjoy this at 3:00. You're the appetizer.
I'm gonna go ahead and read this text. Paul, you missed the South Carolina Cockabus.
It's the Cockaboose. And it's allegedly an elite tailgate. It's like what are they? Refurbished train cars.
Correct.
That circle the stadium.
Someone says 2 to 6 tomorrow, Jazzy Cat and the Naked Man, because you voted 2 on the Iowa wave.
I said what a lot of people think. I feel bad for the kids. They have to watch Iowa football. Okay. They have enough going on. Their life is hard enough.
No,
they are dealing with terrible medical problems. And what does Kirk Ferentz offer them? Punts.
No, I think you said it a while ago. You're like, the kids don't even want to watch.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
I gotta go to the window.
No, yes. The whole team goes to wave at the Children's Hospital, and all you see is all the blinds go down in unison. I don't want to watch. Okay?
I thought you were going to say the kids tell them they're number one.
Nope. No.
Honestly, if you think about it, it's poor planning that they put a hospital near Iowa football.
What do you mean? I don't understand.
They have to see these players play. They're terrible.
That's what I'm saying.
Ferentz punts from his own.
It's awful. It's a bad product. No one wants to watch. I understand why they do it. It's a beautiful gesture. But, I mean, what do you want me to say? It's of the college football traditions, that is not making the top of the list for me. Mainly because I hate Iowa football.
Jazzy Cat and the Naked Man. Tomorrow from 2 to 6.
I don't think anything we said was provocative.
No, it's not.
All right, we'll continue. David, one more.
How about the Notre Dame song that they sing at the end of the game?
What? Huh?
Yeah, I thought it was a tradition I missed. I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, sure. That and the
Wake
grotto.
Up the Echoes.
Yeah, okay.
They do it at the end of whether they win or lose?
Yes, they do.
I know Ohio State does that as well.
Right, they do.
Who sticks around to the very end?
If you're losing, no one.
Right. Like more of the entrance, like thinking, like I said, the script Ohio takes way too long. I mean, I'm like, seriously, guys, can you speed this thing up? We've been 10 minutes now. Let's go. I know what it's going to spell. It's going to spell Ohio. No big spoiler.
I've seen this movie before. Right. All right, Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. It's fantastic. Look, bottom line, you're a contractor. You're not using Northville. You're just missing out. Selection, service, price. Nobody approaches what Stu and his crew are doing out there. So stop on by, take home some samples, or simply go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. So let's talk Tigers briefly. And I want to do this a different way. I didn't understand AJ Pierzynski's comments, and I don't really want to do that as a topic. It was weird. The Tigers are bad for baseball. Why? They sold 2 guys they weren't going to re-sign, and you're mad that they're winning? How's that bad? But we'll leave that alone. It's a question now with the next 6 games. You get Cleveland here, who you're winless against this year, and you get the White Sox. You're 3.5 out in the division. You're a couple games out in the wild card. We talked about this before I left for vacation. It was the idea of show me what you're going to do, and I'll know what I'm going to do. And obviously it helps that you played the A's and the Giants, who are a combined 50 games under 500. You beat the hell out of them. But your level of buy-in to any of this, like I can say, I can be very upfront with you. I'm on to football because I just don't believe this team's going to win anything of substance. I mean, I'm not mad if you're going to lock in and watch every game. Do it. Live your life, man. But this has never been about making the playoffs for me. This was about winning the World Series, and I just don't believe in my heart this team's good enough to do that. So I've moved on to football. They did the right thing trading Mize and Skubal. I wish they would have traded Kenley Jansen. I wish they would have traded Torres. We knew, and especially once they called up Max Clark inexplicably before August 14th and, getting rid of the rookie status and all that. But fine, they were going to try to thread a needle. They were going to get that Daiquiri money. You can do whatever you want to do, but what is your level of buy-in? I really don't know.
Well, my level of buy-in is, I said it a long time ago when they were 8.5, 7.5, and we got a chance, 6.5. Yeah, but you got like 7 teams ahead of you. So let's not leave that out of the equation. Mm-hmm. Wake me up when you get close. Wake me up when you're a game or game and a half out of first. Game and a half out of the wild card. Well, here we are.
Sure.
They now control their own destiny of making the wild card because you've leapfrogged all of those other teams. You're playing some of the best baseball in major leagues right now.
What is your buy-in?
My buy-in is, you mean it's to win the whole thing?
No.
My buy-in, I'm bought in because you're now entertaining. You're now a fun thing to watch. My buy-in is, to use an example, Mike, you're like watching that Cape Verde in the World Cup. I know you're never going to win, but man, you're entertaining, you're fun. It's almost like addition by subtraction. You got rid of Skubal, and all of a sudden it seems like the team relaxed. They're fun to watch, the young players, to see what a future may look like with this team. I have a buy-in factor of knowing I'm in for a nice roller coaster ride to the end of the season. Can you get me to football? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, I think they're far more likable. I think it's
extremely more likable.
It can be more enjoyable. I just couldn't take any more of Skubal by the end. Even when he got traded, he couldn't stop talking.
Right. Then he's like 1 o'clock in the morning texting his ex. And it's like the Dodgers are like, dude, why are you texting Pizza Hut? What's going on? Who are you talking to right now? Oh, nothing. Like, I wish Detroit would go after me. And you're a Dodger now.
It's weird.
Go be a Dodger.
Super weird. But where are you guys at with it? Because on one hand, you could say it is a big week of games. I don't have a problem if that's your perspective. But on another, I admit it. From a attention span and from, taking something serious, I'm on to the Lions trying to get to a Super Bowl. I'm on to the NFL. And, this team certainly could make it. They still have heavy odds they won't. If you care about playoff projections, I'm not telling you it's gospel. I'm just offering a data point. You have a 24% chance of making the playoffs. I don't know. I think it's watchable. I think you can watch some of the youth. You can watch Max Clark. You can watch McGonigal. You can watch Melton. I have no issue with any of it, but I'm not going to lie to my audience and say I'm geeked up and I'm all in. All in to what?
I'm not geeked up. I'm not all in. I am entertained watching this team. They're fun. I want to see if you could duplicate what you did 2 years ago. I'll just go ahead and say it. 2 years ago was a magical run, and you're kind of on that same pace where it was addition by subtraction. Javi goes onto the IR. Oh, all of a sudden the team gets hot. Well, you can't stay this hot. Well, they actually did. And they did a little bit. And you know what? They won a series, and it was like, okay, great. And yes, you want to see progress. I don't think you're going to see progress. But what I am saying is young players, if they could get some playoff experience, I think that will help you down the line.
I think it really comes down to what you're talking about is just from a fan perspective. Are you cool with just making the playoffs and having fun? Or are you a person like me who's like, it's World Series or bust, and they're not good enough? It's just subjective. It's like music. I'm not mad if you like country music. Don't be mad at me that I don't.
And I'll give you full credit because it's up on the board. You were talking Tigers in the World Series back in
like that
February.
That's the goal is, okay, right. It's no different than the Pistons or the Lions. The thrill of making the playoffs is gone. That was 2 years ago. Or 3 years ago in the case of the Lions. The Pistons, hey, they made it 2 years ago, and then this year was supposed to be more. Rico, the Tigers, and I know it's always a source of debate. How real were they, or did they deserve to get in either? The facts are they got in the playoffs. We've seen playoff baseball. I'm not interested in that, and I know what's happening already. We're just altering the bar of, well, they could get in and do damage. That's like a buzzword.
I'm not going for that. No, it's almost as if they retooled on the fly for me. They rebuilt this thing, and the other 2 years were great, but now I'm looking at this year with the young players that they have. Like, okay, now you got something. You got McGonigal up here. You got Clark. You got some young pitchers. You got maybe the best catcher in baseball. Like you have some things. Now we start counting.
If there's baseball next year and they actually have an adult offseason where they don't let Scott spend and somebody else does the grocery shopping, I have no problem saying they could make a real run at something.
Right.
But like here and now, no, I can't do that.
And I can't sell people on you got a chance. If you make the playoffs, that's a win to me. And I've lowered the bar, but I never thought they were going to the World Series in the first place.
I know.
So to me, all right, this is fun. Let's see what happens.
I think the other thing that's tough, and again, you can debate this both ways. It's the worst American League I've ever seen. So on one hand, I have no respect for anyone. And on the other hand, you're like, well, if you're going to make it in any year where you're flawed, this is the year. The problem for me is it's been draining. Now, I don't know where people are at with it. That's up to them. The last couple of years of Tiger baseball, it's been this emotional drain. It's been a roller coaster. And the Skubal thing is a backdrop. I'm fine. They moved him. They traded Mize. All right, just go play. Let's see what this week brings. But I'd be lying if I said I'm amped up for it. I find it more tolerable, as long as the broadcast is on mute. I find it very tolerable because I don't have to deal with them doing the wrong thing as a franchise, which would have been keeping Skubal or keeping Mize. I give them credit for that. But it is a weird space to be in. I leave it to the people. It truly is subjective. I don't think there's right and wrong.
No, it's not. And if you're one of the World Series or bust type of people, well, you probably want to go ahead and cash out and just wait for football. But for me, I had low expectations. I gave up on this team. And I said, if the team gets close, call me. Guess what? Phone rang, and I answered, and they're like, hey, by the way, take a look. We're right there at the cusp of making the wild card. And this week will say a lot because you're going up against the Guardians, the team you've struggled against.
And they're terrible right now.
Right.
They are dreadful.
I can't blame you because you played the A's and you played the Giants. You play who's on your schedule. But you didn't stumble against those teams, which we've seen you do before.
No, but the problem with buying into them, they are the same team that blew a 15.5 game lead last year. They're the same team that needed a Pixar movie 2 years ago. Yes, they are capable of getting hot. They're also capable of the Royal Series. Right. They're also capable of the 7-0 Oriole thing. I guess I'm tired of doing the day-by-day referendum stuff with the Detroit Tigers. So,
I got you, but who knows, Mike? Maybe we circle the day that they lost that 7-1 lead and say that was the day that everything turned around. Because that's when Scott said, you know what, I got to sell.
Right.
And they've been winning. since.
But are you now re-engaged, or have you moved on? I mean, life moves fast. Football's a couple weeks away. Training camp. I mean, we have shows live at training camp, which God help them. Training camp is useless to me. But my point is, the NFL is the oxygen. So where is your attention on it? 248-539-9797. We'll get some people, get some text messages as well, 97.1. We'll get straight to the people. Tigers, big week? Question mark? totally fine if you say it is. I'm not going to say it isn't. It just, I am honest with you. I'm on to football. Are they more likable, sans Scooble? Yes. Do I support what the organization did? Absolutely. But I'm not going to get crazy about beating a bunch of bad teams. So, okay, what do? I'm in a weird space with this baseball team. Totally understand if you want to play meaningful games. You like baseball. You like seeing your team win. You're not a bad person for that. The problem is, and what you do have to stare into the mirror at, you're not winning the World Series. So what's it for? Now, if you're the type of fan who I want my team to be good, I want a chip in a chair at the poker tournament, I know we're not going to win it, but damn it, let's try. Cool. I don't get a thrill out of the playoffs once a team has made it a couple of times. Like if you've had a 14-year playoff drought, and I'm 14 years old, and it's like, okay, Don Mattingly finally got to play in the postseason in 95. That's a special thing.
Right.
This is not that.
Right. The next time the Wings make the playoffs, you're excited.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it.
Oh.
You're getting close to a generation that's never seen that before.
A Piston fan. Same thing.
Yeah.
2 years ago, boom, Lions fan. Oh, my God, the home playoff game against the Rams will live in infamy. But once you've made it, ask a Lion fan if they care about making the playoffs this year. It's about the Super Bowl. So that's the weird space I'm in. But let's see what everyone has, and we'll go from there. David, did you want to add something, or are you okay?
I think these people are telling us. I mean, we've got a few people calling up, but I think the majority of fans are telling us that they don't care about this Detroit Tiger team. They don't care about this run. I'm one of them. I just don't care.
So you're on to football?
I am on the football because it's about the World Series to me. Not just winning it, at least making it, because they haven't made it in such a long time. But I don't think they can get there. So to do what they've done the last 2 years, that means nothing to me.
Okay.
See, David, I look at it a little differently because now you kind of taking away your two best pitchers on the staff, bringing up McGonigal, bringing up Clark. It just kind of feels like you rebuilt, you retooled on the fly. This doesn't feel like the same team that was there 2 years ago. This feels like an entirely different team, in my opinion.
But can I say this? I feel like it's a year late. McGonigal should have been up last year.
You know what? I can't fight that.
He should have been up last year, and he would have gotten the playoff experience, and then maybe we wouldn't be 16 games back this year because he would have already had some experience.
No, you're right. I can't fault that. It is a year too late. But this team doesn't feel like the teams from the last 2 years.
It does feel like they have the development of a young core offensively. Dingler, Green, McGonigal, not ready to go there with Clark yet. The guy's been here for 10 minutes. I'm not being disrespectful. It's been a hopeful start, but let's take it easy before we just auto roll him into.
No, yeah.
I know. Again,
we had that conversation.
I know,
last
and it was a
week.
lovely debut and the whole thing. I want to be fair to him. I don't. You got to be careful doing that stuff. We'll go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, how you been?
Hey, man, how's it going? I have two things. One, I wanted to say something about the Tigers, and then something random because you brought up going to Saratoga. With the Tigers, zero expectation. Obviously, I'm a Yankees fan, but I still watch the Tigers because it's here, and with my business, it's easier to strike up conversation with sports. With the Tigers, now it's just watching on intrigue. Can you be the first team ever to come back from 16? And make it to the postseason? Other than that, there's no realistic expectation. What are you going to do in the playoffs? Because here's the other thing. When it comes to the American League, every single team is either doing well or doing terrible, and they go back and forth. No one's consistent.
I've never seen anything like it, Dean. In my life of watching baseball, I have never seen it like this. It's awful.
I don't think the league's ever been this trash.
Yeah. No, you're
fighting to get to 500 to make the playoffs?
Yeah, and again, they still have such a long road to go, but this week would be the kickoff to that. Like, everything you've done to get to this point, fine. It really does start now. 3 against Cleveland, 3 against the White Sox.
I'll listen, but I'm not going to take time out of my day to turn it on the television.
Okay.
If you can find it.
That's fair. Now, what was the other thing you had?
So, actually, I've been listening to you, obviously, for over a decade now. And so with how much you talked about horse racing and how, passionate you were about it, my grandfather's the same way. He grew up doing horses. all of it. We used to go to Northville Downs to watch the buggies, all that stuff. So I took my grandfather, my uncle, and my father to the Kentucky Derby.
Awesome.
And it was the most expensive thing I've ever and might possibly ever do in my life. We were in the grandstands around the first turn, and it was super cool. It was a great experience. I absolutely loved it. But have you been to the Kentucky Derby, and would you take that over Saratoga, or what's your opinion on that?
No, I've been fortunate in my life. I've gone to a few. Dean, I haven't gone since 2018 because what they're doing to the event, it's very similar to some sporting events. They're taking the fun out of it. It's becoming like egregiously expensive to just go. But no, I wouldn't take it over Saratoga. I wouldn't. I wouldn't take it over a Saturday at Keeneland.
I would say, though, the ticket price did come with unlimited food and drinks.
Yeah, depending on where you sit. No, Dean, listen, it's a great event. I'd encourage anyone to do it once. It's a bucket list thing. And what Churchill's done, I mean, Dean, you got to see it. They've sunk $500 million into the track. Like, they're building parts of that track that are only open 2 days a year, Oaks Day and Derby Day. You do it once, but no, I'll take a day in the picnic area at Saratoga over that. But that's where I grew up. It's different.
Now, brother, it looks fun. I think I'm going to take you up on it next year. I'm getting a hat like Big G.
Oh, geez.
We rocking out at
G's hat game. Second to none.
Was nice.
But he can pull it off. He's 70. I mean, it's like there's certain things you can only wear when you're older.
What are you trying to say?
May have stepped in it, David. May have stepped in a little something. Let me check my shoe. Yep. Stepped right in it.
Okay.
You are of a more appropriate demographic.
Okay.
You know what? It's probably best just to go to Thomas, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? I got two things to say to you. Yesterday, you were talking about how boring college football is.
Yeah.
I think you guys think it's boring, you and Rico, because you guys are MSU alumni. And I think you guys are undercover Michigan fans because you would like for a lot of the stuff that happens at Michigan to happen at MSU. As far as the Booster Club, you would like the money to be spent at Michigan to be spent at MSU. And I think that's why you guys get so mad.
Can I offer you just a quick note? May I?
Go ahead.
In defense of that heinous accusation. Thomas, for almost exclusively in my life, MSU's been bad at football. Okay?
Except for about 5 years.
And college football was always my favorite sport. So that correlation, and believe me, the ticket texters were all over it. I'm used to MSU being bad. I love the sport. It's not about that. It's about every decision the sport has made has attacked. And Thomas, I don't know how old you are, but like if you're...
I'm 49.
Okay.
I've been just like my 8th time calling guys. Yeah.
Perfect. So like you know what real college football was. And everything they're doing, like Stanford in the ACC or, we have two teams from Los Angeles in the Big Ten. Like, Thomas, that's the stuff that's ripped me apart where I can't love it.
Yeah. And Thomas, for me, I can't speak for Mike, but I don't think it has anything to do with MSU. It's, as I stated before, it was the drama of seeing a certain player and knowing either he was going to be your guy for the next 3 years going pro or 4 years.
Yeah.
Or, man, we got to face this quarterback for the next 3 or 4 seasons. How will we ever beat this team? That's when rivalry games actually meant something because the players hated each other. The coaches hated each other. Right
Thomas,
now, only the fans hate each other.
Thomas, you're a go blue guy, which is totally fine.
For sure.
Like,
For
you
sure.
know what it was
But
like to know.
I did get recruited to go to Michigan State. They did bring me up there to go there. So
well, you probably made the right choice. But Tom, I'm being serious. Like, you remember what it was like to have a Mike Hart, and you go, "That's my guy," and I know he's going to be here next year. And like that, there's a disconnect where Thomas, I don't feel anything anymore. That's all I can tell you.
Now, let me ask you this one thing about the Tigers.
Yeah.
What is there not to be excited about the Tigers? They were down, and if they would have won the games they lost, they would be in first. It's no good team in the AL. You know that. You just don't want to say that because you know you've been wrong because you said the Tigers were done. The Tigers are not done. I believe they're going to win.
I did not say that. Now, Thomas, we're 0 for 2 now.
He actually just said that last segment.
I never said they were done.
You said there was no good team in the AL.
Yeah,
But they're the hottest team next to Boston.
Okay.
They're the hottest team.
Thomas, that's
So
fine.
what's not to be excited about them?
For me, I do not believe, as currently constructed, they are a legitimate World Series team. Now, if you're excited about making the playoffs, Thomas, I ain't mad at nobody. For me, it was about winning the World Series this year.
But let me say this to you, Mike. Before New York got to the playoffs in 2024, they were in the same boat as the Tigers.
Who? What are we talking about here?
The Yankees. Before they went in 2024, they were in the same boat as the Tigers. They had the same drought as the Tigers. So my thing to you is this: now that they have a younger team, now that they have a hungrier team, I think this team is better than the team that came back. They were on to. That's what I think.
Thomas, and you have a right to feel that way, just like I have a right to disagree. I don't think you're beating the Yankees in a 7-game set. I don't think you're beating the Rays in a 7-game set. I don't even know if you're making the playoffs. And all of this is just prologue to making the World Series and getting decapitated. So it's fine. But like you say, what is there not to be excited about? I just feel like I'm still sitting here on August 11th and it's an under 500 team in a horrible AL. And I got to just roll with it. I'm not against it, but I'm on to football. I only have so much time and patience where I'm going to wait for a team to give me a reason to believe. I believe they can get in. I never wrote them off. In fact, I've said they're like a cockroach. They would survive a nuclear bomb. You can't get rid of this team. But I've also used history as the guide. No team's 16 under has made it. We don't, I say lots of stuff, but let's be accurate about what I say now. Gee whiz.
And the whole
what?
We're not liking college football because we're state fans in closet.
I'm 45 years old. MSU's been bad for basically 35 years of my life. Yet college football is my favorite sport. And that's just a false correlation, but it's a convenient one.
Yeah, I was about to say 12 through 13 through 15.
10 through 15.
Then, okay.
You won the Big Ten in 10. You played for it in 11. You bottomed out because of Dave Warner in 12. 13, you win it. 14, you go top 5. And 15, you make the playoff.
And then, not even throwing 21, you had K9. And that made the season.
And you know what 21 really felt like for both Michigan and Michigan State fans? Like a post-COVID euphoria.
Yeah.
Like
football was back.
We're going to play in empty stadiums with Doug Karsh cardboard cutouts. Like both teams, it was that moment in time. But we didn't even realize, if I told you in 2021 where the sport would be in 2026, I don't think you'd believe me.
No, you wouldn't.
Miami is opening up their ACC schedule week 1. You know who they're playing?
Stanford.
They're at Stanford.
Oh yeah. No. It's also one of those things when you look back, even at the 21 game. You see how many pros were in that game.
David's mad at me. We're way over.
Okay.
Hey, baseball fans. Big hits get even bigger with Home Run Tuesdays on FanDuel. Bet every Tiger did home run. I don't know. Do whatever the hell you like. Customers choose their own reward. Option 1, the bet reset. You use this on your wager. You get refunded if bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, 50% profit boost. Make your bet. Activate the boost. This is all very complicated, but I don't know. Do whatever the hell you like. It's FanDuel.com/Michigan. Choose your reward for home run bets every Home Run Tuesday. Play ball with the home for home runs on FanDuel. Official partner MLB, 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, I want to get to the people. I know we've got more football today to do. I want to read something to you guys. I know that's not a great sales pitch, but 4:15. I want to know if I'm reading too much into something regarding a quarterback competition in the NFL. 4:15, just allow me to read something to you. And then you can be like, "No, man, you're a crackhead." We'll go to Pete, 97.1. Peter, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going, Mike? Thanks for having me on.
Sure.
So I wanted to touch on me being bought into the Tigers, but it kind of has to do with, if I could have a second, I want to talk about how the reason that I'm slightly bought in is because, Mike, it just feels like for once a GM in this town did something where they weren't playing in my face and making me feel stupid. I mean, it just is like they traded Scooble, to your point. Thank you. You did it. It just was a thing that needed to be done, and then it got done. So, it's just, I'm 27 years old. I listen to you guys' show every day. I listen to all three of the shows. I mean, I live and I breathe Detroit sports. I go into work to my blue-collar job, and I come home. So it just is like these sports, following these teams, it means something different to me.
Sure.
And so it's really frustrating when it feels like year after year they don't take the product seriously. So
and
Pete, Tigers
let me stop you for one. Let me stop you for one. I want to stop you for 1 second.
It's nice that it's like, hey, they're taking a shot at it.
Well, yes and no. See, Pete, this is the weird gray area we're stuck in. Like, on one hand, what you said at the start, I totally understand. You want to come home, you want an entertaining product, you want to win games. But on the other side, they had such a disastrous offseason and a disastrous April and May that they had to trade the best pitcher in baseball and then your number 2 or number 3. So you're caught in this weird spot where you're like, I fully imagine, if you would have told me, Pete, at the start of the year that this team would be selling at the deadline, I'd go, what went wrong?
Yeah. So Mike, if I may really quick.
Yeah.
So that's the point, is that everything you say, when I listen to the radio, it's like every day, it's like you make all the points that it's like, heck yes, HE double hockey stick. This guy is saying it. Why aren't the GMs listening? And so that's where it's like, hey, if the product on the field isn't a World Series team, can we at least just maximize what we're doing here? I'm the customer. Give me a reason to spend money on this,
Yeah, and I think no matter what happens, whether they make it or not this year, when baseball returns, they have to do the hardest thing of all, Pete. They have to load the cannon again, and they got to hand Scott Harris the budget and allow a guy who's lit money on fire to try it again. Because, Pete, there's one thing left to do. End this ridiculous 40-plus year World Series drought. This is too big of a city. It's too proud of an organization.
Thank you, yes.
Come on. Like, we got to do this.
10 years, no professional title. Like, one of these teams, guys, we're all in the mix.
That's it. That's where you and I are finding common ground. Pete, I'm just at a point, I don't even care who does it.
Right.
Somebody's got to do it. It's been ridiculous. And for the Tigers, yes. Should they have won a World Series somewhere between 2006 and 2013? Yes. I can't change it. You will never have better teams than what you had in that era. And for a myriad of reasons, you didn't get it done.
Yeah.
But it's
Cy Young winners, future Cy Young winners.
Hall of Famers, a lineup that was, you pull up some of the lineups and you're going, oh, man, there ain't no Jahmai Jones in here. All right, David, you're number 1, too. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers getting ready for their 640 series opener here on 97.1 against the Guardian. Here's A.J. Hinch's lineup. McGonigal, Torres, and Dingler at the top. Green, Keith, and Torque in the middle. Clark, Baez, and McKinstry rounded out with Drew Anderson on the mound. Anderson still being stretched out. His first start as a member of the rotation last week saw him go 3.2 innings of scoreless ball. After the birth of a baby girl, reliever Emmanuel DeJesus has been placed on the paternity list. Tanner Rainey has been recalled. He's pitched in just 2 big league games for the Tigers this year. Wenzel Perez has been pulled from his rehab start. His vision isn't fully back yet after the injury. Jack Flaherty is, quote, increasing intensity, volume, and distance, end quote, in his throwing. In the latest All-MLB poll, Dylan Dingler leads the way at the catching position. Vikings QB J.J. McCarthy has been beat out by Kyler Murray for the starting job. Dan Campbell offered the following on safety Kirby Joseph. Elsewhere around the league, safety Kobe Bryant is out 4 to 6 months. The NBA announced the Pistons will be a part of a triple-header tip-off on Tuesday, October 20th against the Celtics. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. Be careful, I might be.
David, hit the music. I'm pumped up. You weren't here yesterday, so we didn't get our dose of Can We Say That. This is good.
Don't act like you missed me. Okay.
I did. I like this segment.
All right. Well, you know what? Fresh off the news that Otto just gave us, can we say the Bears secondary is taking a bigger hit than the Lions secondary, losing the corner they just brought in the safety they brought in Kobe Bryant?
No, but it ain't good. I mean, they lost their safety duo last year. They replaced him. You go get Kobe Bryant. He's out 4 to 6 months. I think it's, first of all, Lion fan needs to stop being the victim and doing this whole it's only us. I mean, Laramie Tunsil blew out yesterday. Kobe Bryant is now gone. Carolina lost their first round pick.
Hello, substation.
Noted. Listen, this is why it's so difficult. You don't want to expose players to physical contact and to injury early. But if you don't, they're just going to get hurt when the season starts. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bears have a problem on their hands. Yeah. Just like the Lions have a problem on theirs.
I would definitely say no, because you don't have both of your safeties. You don't have a starting corner from your lineup DJ Reed, he's dealing with an injury. And then Enos Rakestraw was supposed to be somebody that you look forward to. And Dan Campbell says, it's not having the best camp so far.
I'm starting to think he's AI. I don't know if he's
that's fair. So no.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way when you're missing 3/4 of your secondary that you're in a worse spot than the Bears because they just lost a safety.
Right. And then look, I think the Bears are in a worse spot overall because regression is going to come calling. There's no world you're going to be plus 800 in turnovers again. Now, can that be offset by Caleb taking the next step and yada, yada, yada? But that would be my biggest concern for the Bears. That turnover luck is going to regress to the mean.
Michael, this one's for you.
He used my full name. I'm in real trouble.
No, you guys can answer as well. But can we say that George Lombard Jr. is legit?
Not yet. Okay. No, it's the same thing as Max Clark. I'm not going to do that to these. It's not fair to a young player because here's what happened.
I watch him take the Braves and turn them into a piñata.
I know. Look, the video catches up. It's one thing to have a minor league scouting report, but once you see somebody live, after that first 50 at-bats, the league adjusts. And then only the truly special ones can counterpunch right away. Not ready to say it. All I know is he's better than Anthony Volpe, and I'll live with it.
No, I'm not going to say that, but I can understand why you would, Rico. You just saw him destroy your team. He looked really good at doing that. It's sort of like Mike with Justin Herbert in that bowl game where he's like, I don't really think that he's going to be that great. It was a bowl game, but he saw it.
Exhilarating.
So it's hard to look past it. Yes, exactly.
The Red Box Bowl.
Yeah, I think it's too early to say it yet. He's looked great, but you got to give him more time than just like a week in the majors.
Thank you.
All right. Can we say we do pay running backs, but just not as much as you pay regular players, other players in the wide receivers in the NFL?
No, it's not for me. Now, the Lions did a nice job where it has team-friendly elements to it, and they can open up a little cap space. I'm just never making that commitment 2 years early to a running back. It's just not how I would do it. I'm not mad about something that we all knew was going to happen. Like, there's no point in being angry. But this is, look, yeah, I along with anyone else, you got to reach acceptance phase. This is just who they are. This is what they're going to do. They're going to draft. They're going to fall in love with their own people, even though Dan Campbell said they can't fall in love with their own people. And they're going to try to sign them all early and try to do team-friendly deals. That's what they're going to try to do. I'm not going to get mad about it. And now I hope Gibbs carries the ball 4 billion times this year.
3 running backs got paid last week while you guys were gone.
Yeah, in reality, no, you don't pay. In a dynasty league for fantasy, yes, you pay because they're going to get numbers. But this isn't a dynasty league. This is the NFL, and you have to build a roster. So, no.
I actually do think you pay running backs now, and it depends on what it is, because I think that's the vogue thing in the NFL right now with GMs is it Bijan? Is it Saquon? Is it Gibbs? Is it Achane? Is it guys that can catch 70, 80 passes out of the backfield and be a running back because they're essentially your number 3 receiver and your starting running back in one package?
But you know what I'm going to counter with. None of these teams that have paid their running backs big dinero outside of the Eagles, who had the best O-line in the league, by the way, have won a Super Bowl.
Right.
It's just – Paul is right that there's a bit of this return to run the ball, RTB. The problem is the teams that are winning the Super Bowl are running the ball with poverty people. They're not doing it with $20 million backs.
No, what's funny is those 3 guys all got paid. It's like, oh, the running backs, they're finally getting paid. And then also that week, Zay Flowers got paid and got paid more than all 3 of them. And I would not say that, oh, he's a make or break type of wide receiver. He's good. But
I like Zay Flowers.
I mean, I do too. But yeah, he was like, oh, that's cute. You guys got some money.
If he had a real quarterback, he'd really explode.
I think it's just a market for the type of running back it is, because like if Josh Jacobs was getting paid, I wouldn't max him out because he doesn't do anything for you in the passing game.
That part I agree with Paul. I just think we've reached a point you need 3 running backs.
Can we say that despite the NBA coming out with a 5 games on Christmas Day, Spurs at Knicks, Heat at Celtics, 76ers at Lakers, Thunder at Timberwolves, and the Nuggets at the Warriors, can we say that the NFL will still beat them on Christmas Day? Packers at Bears, Bills at Broncos, Rams at Seahawks.
Yeah, they're going to take a folding chair to their spine. The NFL has taken whatever they've wanted. And, the NBA is Christmas Day. No, it's not. Saturdays for college football play. No, it's not. The NFL is just going to steamroll whoever's in their way. It takes up 80% of the oxygen in the American sports landscape.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they do this every year for Christmas. They're going to put the matchup from the NBA Finals. One thing, this isn't the NBA Finals. This is Christmas. So you're not going to have the intensity. You're not going to have what's on the line on Christmas Day that you had in June. It's not the same.
You know what, David? You may be onto something, because at that point, come Christmas Day, those NFL games will have more at stake. You possibly could be looking at teams trying to lock up a division. Okay.
Totally correct.
Paul?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's the NBA. The NBA is in trouble on Christmas Day because the NFL wants to take it. And unfortunately, like Mike said, they take what they want and they get away with it. And they shouldn't. It should be the NBA's day, but that's not how the NFL works.
Can we say the video that we all needed to see, but I don't think we have? Kirk Cousins and Max Crosby getting into a fight.
I don't think Kirk really wanted that. Hi diddly do, neighbor.
I wanted to know who initiated. I mean, there's so many questions for me with that.
I also would like to know what language did Kirk Cousins use, because we know what Crosby was using.
I don't believe any of it. I think these two team leaders saw how the team was performing in training camp and says, we got to get some hype. They're not looking like a team.
An argument?
And they faked an argument because Kirk Cousins is not that type of guy. He's
really
not.
Listen here, Mr. Meanie Pants.
Dadgummit! Stop that!
I do not approve of that language.
What do you mean you don't like pleated pants?
You do that one more time, I'm going to get miffed. Just letting you know now.
I'm offended you don't respect Cole's cash. All right, just keep it
Wait,
rolling.
was his fine in Cole's cash? All right. Can we say that the Purdue athletic director, Tommy McClellan, may have said the dumbest thing ever? If you don't want to win championships, I'm paraphrasing, go to Indiana.
Cuts it. Kurt Cignetti has his ring. Buddy, I'm leaving it to you. They asked Cignetti about it either yesterday or today, and he just didn't react, didn't make moved on to the next question. I mean, he is. Do they play this year, or have we ruined that rivalry too?
I think they play this
year. They're going to win 100-2. Yeah. Cignetti will go out and start taking a pipe to band members. That was the dumbest thing you could ever say.
Yeah, I think Indiana fired back with something on their social media. Basically, Purdue doesn't win championships. We Googled it.
That is the final game of the Big Ten schedule, November 28th.
The old Oaken Bucket.
Kirk Cignetti's going to be on the sideline dressed like Darth Vader petting a hairless cat.
Yes.
As they destroy.
Coach, we're up by 50. More.
Again.
More.
Another.
Run it again.
Oh, it's in Bloomington, so you know, yeah.
Oh, dear.
Flea flicker.
Somewhere Barry Odom is knocking on the door of his AD's office like, what the were you thinking? Look what you did, you little jerk.
Can we say that the Boston Red Sox are the best team in the American League right now?
Hold on now. You threw a little caveat in there. Right now? Sure. Look, I still
that if you had to bet on somebody to represent the American League in the World Series.
No, until I see that Aaron Judge and Bellinger and Stanton don't come back, it's still the Yankees or the Rays. Then it would be maybe the Sox. Okay. But I'm not ready to do that. But when you say right now, the players I listed and the 130 home runs they're missing, I could say yes.
But Judge may or may not come back.
He'll be back.
What are you talking about? It's the Detroit Tigers. How could you not believe?
Okay.
I tried. Paul, help us out.
It's I still think it's the Rays. I think they're the best overall team, the best mix of talent.
Of course. Florida bias.
Hey, I'm a Marlins fan.
I know.
I don't care about
First of all, I would not admit that to anybody.
Okay.
I'm a Marlins fan. That's brutal.
David, I got time for one more.
Yes. To hell with David.
Okay. Can we say that it may be time for Tarek Skubal to walk away from microphones?
Yeah, please. Oh, golly, I hope Detroit's in that bid. Dude, you just showed up at your new destination. Why are you talking about the Tiger? Stop. I'm glad he's gone. It's made the Tigers more likable. I couldn't take anymore. But he is just, L.A., he's yours now. Enjoy.
Well, people are like, well, he gets paid to throw balls, not talk in front of microphones. Like, you say no comment, or I'm with a new team now, guys. I don't want to talk about.
Just do what Ndamukong Suh did every week. Have an empty chair represent you. Just leave.
Like you can't think Scott Boras is happy about all this now, or he just refuses to stop talking all of a sudden.
I really don't. You know what, Paul? I don't want to know what Scott Boras thinks. I don't care anymore. All right. Excellent work.
Yeah, I'm just tired of it.
Okay, all right. That's Can We Say That 97.1. Okay, sorry. Hey,
are you okay?
No, you guys are cracking me up.
What?
David. The looks on David's face. All right. Hey, what if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and a price that did not change for 5 years guaranteed? Thanks to Xfinity, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through August 24th, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. It's just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats and finds and fixes issues before you even notice them. It's no annual contract or commitment, no hidden fees, and the best equipment is included. Plus, you get Peacock Premium included for 2 years, so lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
All right, David, couple of texts, and then I want to read something, and I'm happy to be a piñata here if I'm overthinking it. But it's about a quarterback competition, and the person who wrote it I find to be extremely unlikable and compromised. And I'll leave it there. David, the text first.
Oh, boy.
This is regarding the Tigers. Someone says we need to get in the playoffs. World Series is cherry on top. But as fans, we don't want to go back to 33-win seasons. Keep the momentum.
Who on earth? What type of example is that? 33 wins. What are you talking about? Okay, just move on. Just go ahead.
Jason in Heartland says, if the regular season ends and the Tigers are in the playoffs, I will then re-engage. Until then, it is football time. The texter says, I am all in. It's never over till it's over. They are putting out a fun product, and it's been fun to be a part of.
It's also fun to play the Giants and A's, I'll tell you that much. Those might be two of the worst baseball teams on God's green earth. That is unbelievable. That Giants lineup, Devers doesn't even want to make money anymore. And that is as quad A lineup as it gets. And it's just, you play who's on your schedule, but man, baseball needs a lockout. Baseball needs competitive balance. There are so many god-awful teams in this league. Makes the NBA look like the NFL.
And also, don't forget, if they do make the playoffs, just all the teams that you play without their best players. Just seem like right before you play the Tigers, best player.
Well, look, this is where baseball, the season's too damn long. I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm basically going, all right, as long as Judge and Bellinger and Numbnuts are back 2 months from now, there's still months left. We're not even close to being done.
David, he's right.
It's unbelievable.
I will be watching because I like baseball and they're fun to watch now. Not foolish enough to think they're World Series contenders, though. That is from
right. You just
Robert.
Take it as an entertainment product. I got no problem. I don't understand people angry that if you're not all in. Like we had one caller very upset with us. I want to read this to you.
Okay.
So a decision was made on a quarterback today, but the person who wrote this has already shown. I mean, there's evidence of this. I mean, this guy is compromised when it comes to his alma mater. He just is. Adam Schefter wrote the following about J.J. McCarthy. And the wording of this, maybe it's a me thing. Paul, David, Rico, you can all throw a chair at me. The wording of this really irked me. J.J. McCarthy missed his entire rookie season due to injury and started just 10 games last year, with Minnesota winning 6 of them. Now, the still only 23-year-old will be forced to be a backup. Forced? Also, what does his injury in his rookie year have to do with anything? No. Also, the winning 6 of 10, Adam, if you watch the games, he was egregiously terrible. Why are we taking up? Oh, wait.
You don't
I know.
think. Wait.
You're a shill for A squared. Argue it. Argue it. This guy's done. Hadn't he done recruiting announcements for Michigan?
Yeah, he was at the what did they call that? Yeah, they were all there.
Just making a point.
Signing with the Stars, right?
That was Todd McShay, wasn't it? I don't care. The point is, why word it that way? Why not just say Kyler Murray's been named the starter because JJ sucks? There's a very concise wording.
Yeah, a lot of word soup because it sounds like your guy didn't get it, so you have to justify why your guy didn't get it.
Right.
It's easy. Hey, Kyler Murray beat out J.J. McCarthy. Kyler Murray's now the number 1 quarterback.
Kevin O'Connell has made his decision on who's best for the team. Instead,
this was more about J.J. than it was about Kyler.
And to me, it was never in doubt that J.J. was not going to be the starter.
It took 10 practices too long. I think we all knew he was going to be the day 1 starter.
Am I reading too much into it?
No.
It's okay if you say yes, guys. It just bothered me.
No, because that whole thing was about JJ. It wasn't even about the projected starter. He made it. Well, here's the reason why. Okay. He was hurt the first year, and, now he's forced because
look at
he's
this.
not.
Rich Eisen has a message for J.J. McCarthy after his benching. Another Wolverine slap. What is it with these people? The guy stinks. You don't need to send him back. JJ, here's my message. You're terrible, and you're no good unless you know the other team's place. All right, let's go to the phones. What is there to say? I can't believe this stuff is real.
The justification. But yeah, here's my shock face about Rich Eisen.
I know. The guy did an hour with Blake Corum on a national show.
Vacuum cleaners?
No. Behave yourself. So here's my one question. JJ's now a backup. You need a backup. In a space world, what would you give up for JJ McCarthy? I know my answer, but I'm not saying it. I want, David. Go ahead. David, right now, if Minnesota called and said, listen, you got any interest in JJ? People, he's holding up a protein bar. That's okay. David, that's unbelievable.
Maybe I'm wrong. 6th-round pick from 2028. So not this year's draft, but next year's draft.
Okay. I was going to say a 7th-round pick. That's what I'd offer. JJ has shown absolutely no ability to play the position. None. That's before we get to the fact he is frail. That's before we get to the fact he's a absolute weirdo. that they soft benched him last year. I don't know what else to say. He is right now, if this is his career, he's just a different Josh Rosen. A guy that got taken right there at like right around 10 and got exposed so viciously, so quickly, nobody bothered.
Well, I look at, the success or the lack that he had when he was out there, Mike, and really no big-time plays. You could laugh at me, but I wouldn't offer anything because there's other backup QBs that I think you can get better who are just going to be sitting there. So, no, I'm not trading for him. I'll just wait for somebody to get cut. I'd rather have a Jimmy G as the backup because at least I know if I needed him for 2 or 3 games, he knows how to play football.
I didn't understand the infatuation teams had with him in the draft process. Michigan played their best games when they asked him to throw the ball the least.
Uh-oh.
Why would you think that would translate to being a great NFL pro when you actually have to throw passes?
Well, oh boy. See, I don't want.
I wouldn't trade Kirby Joseph's knees for him.
Oh, so you're a closet Wolverine fan too, I see.
He's just not good, Rico.
Paul.
You know what's crazy? I mean, you can go look this up. It's not me being mean. You know who's not good? Anybody off that cheating title team. Go look at the 24 draft. They had about 15 guys drafted. You could combine all 15. None of them are any good. Best player that got drafted for Michigan off that team is A.J. Barner, and he's a secondary tight end in this league. Go look. I'm not making that up. Go look at it.
No.
It's almost like when you don't know the other team's plays, things don't go so smoothly.
Oh, boy. But no, a 6th-round pick, David.
And not even in next year's draft.
No.
That's what.
Hold on, a 2028 6th.
Right.
I do that.
Come on.
I would rather just wait to see what quarterback gets cut. If he's your backup, I'd just rather wait to see who gets cut and bring him in.
It's wild. Because, again, I mean, look, if anybody can fix a quarterback, it's Kevin O'Connell. And from a Lions perspective, you wanted McCarthy to start in Minnesota. At least Murray can present a different dimension with his feet.
Do you, though?
Well,
he did beat you.
Oh, boy. Okay.
But you're right.
No argument.
If McConnell can't fix you,
he's
one of those guys that, I can make anybody look good, and I couldn't. So
hey, happiest guy in the world right now is Justin Jefferson. Because
he may go buy a new chain.
McCarthy could not complete a pass to him. McCarthy couldn't do anything.
And I do think that part of that is you guys don't want me disgruntled. You don't want me talking trade me. You make me happy. Go get me a real quarterback who can throw the ball. Plain and simple. So, but hey, no, I wouldn't trade.
Yeah, but the ridiculousness of what Schefter did too is, he was 6-4. He was completing 55% of his passes. He had more turnovers than touchdowns. He was barely getting 6 yards per throw. Like, Adam, no one needs the sob story. Just report the news. And if you think I'm going too far, he would never do it for a guy that didn't go to U of M.
No. And
that's just how I felt.
And Mike, don't forget, it was the non-injury that he had as well.
The soft benching.
The high ankle sprain.
Yeah, he finished the game running all over the place. Cutscene, he's in a wheelchair. What?
Yeah. Where were these tweets last year when Quentin Richardson lost his job to Daniel Jones? Well, he's injured. He's forced to be a backup. Those didn't exist.
No, that's my point. Is there's an extra layer there. But yeah, I mean, look, I don't know what to do with Minnesota. I know what Murray's been basically the first 8 games of a year and the last 8 games of a year. I would have preferred McCarthy there. I think Murray makes him more dangerous, and that's a good roster in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe it's to change the scenery the same way Lions fans are like, well, Drew Petzing, he's leaving Arizona. So is Kyler Murray. Maybe it's that change of environment will rejuvenate a career.
I defended the Petzing hiring. I think he'll be good here.
Right, I'm saying, but if you defend, not you, but if you're like, well, look, he's got new toys with the Lions. Well, it's kind of Kyler Murray's his new toys with Minnesota.
That's fair. Very fair. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people coming up. A little bit of news there. So I'm not crazy. That's good. Baseball fans. Home Run Tuesdays on FanDuel. Customers choose their own reward every Tuesday on home run bets. So option 1, the bet reset. You use it on your wager. You get refunded in bonus bets if your bet loses. Option 2, a 50% profit boost. So you make your bet, activate the boost, and if it hits, the extra winnings are at no extra cost. So make your choice. It's FanDuel. Go to FanDuel.com/Michigan, choose your reward. Home run bets every Home Run Tuesday. You play ball with the home for home runs. It's FanDuel. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions do apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amounts. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, before I give you the latest and greatest of how, teams really don't care about you, I wanted to read this Buffalo Bills thing. Rico has, David, we've lost him. He's gone down some rabbit hole of social media. Apparently, I'm not the only one who feels this way about Schefter. He's giggling like a schoolgirl.
It's just funny because it's one of the few things, occasionally some comments are just going to bring up a reaction, and you just go straight to the comment section. I don't care what you said. I need to hear what people had to say. First one, forced, ? Second one, forced to be a backup is crazy wording for lost the QB battle.
Keep going. I'm not crazy.
Never change, Adam. Yeah, when people talk about Blue Wall, this might be the first example I pull up. Come on. Schefter, it's a crying emoji of Schefter typing this out. Wait a minute. There was another one. Another Headline, Michigan fans like Schefter still coping with JJ being a bust. What a headline. Then it's also a photo. Notice you didn't have the same things to say about Trey Lance, followed by a photo of Schefter in Michigan gear.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm not nuts. Good to see. Real quick, and this is worth checking out because it's become a bit of a firestorm. So, look, the Bills were overdue to build a stadium. Ralph Wilson Stadium was old. This new stadium is $2.2 billion. Well, there's a bit of an issue. First of all, I'm always going to have an issue where we're at in 2026 with publicly funded stadiums. I mean, you're talking about taxpayers contributing $800 million to this, including the Bills raising $260 million with personal seat licenses. That's over 53,000 licenses. And Bills Mafia showed up in force. That, to me, that's still publicly funded. I hate to break it to you. Now, you go, well, what's the problem? If fans want to go, what's the issue? Well, there are thousands of obstructed view seats all around the stadium. Like, you bought a seat and you can't see past the 30-yard line. You bought a seat and there are elevated railings blocking your view.
How does this happen in 2026?
Look, buddy, I don't have the answer. So it's taxpayers have committed $850 million to the project, $600 million from the state. And by the way, New York State, please. I mean, New York City alone is $10 billion in the hole. $250 million from the county. And at a time the deal reached 2 years ago, it represented more than half the cost of construction. Now taxpayers are responsible for about 40%. The Bills are responsible for any overruns. But here's the problem. Now you have fans going, wait, I paid for what? So now
I'm looking at some of these photos.
I wanted you to see this. Goodness. So now they're saying, well, we've got some corrections to make. Guys, it's August 11th. Right. What corrections are we making?
Unless you're cutting out a beam, let's just hope that that's not a load-bearing beam. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, if you throw, I'm looking at this one. Yeah, if it's a play in the corner of the end zone, you're going to have to look up at the Jumbotron, or you could just stay at home and watch it because you can get the same effect.
That's the biggest thing, man. Like, you have people complaining about you paid $2 billion and your Jumbotron is a Minitron. You have people talking about the block seats. And again, it's always going to come under higher scrutiny because of the massive amount of taxpayer money into this. But let's bring it back full circle. You said the quiet part out loud. The at-home viewing experience for the National Football League has never been better. People are free to do whatever they want to do, but can you imagine you spend your hard-earned money? You had to pay a personal seat license for the right to then buy the tickets. And you go to preview day to go see your seat, and you can't even see the damn field. Right. It's just like, and there's thousands of these. Right. This isn't a $4 seat at Old Tiger Stadium and a beam is obstructing the outfield. You were probably there to have a beer anyways.
Yeah, I'm looking at this, and yeah, there are spots where it cuts off part of the sideline, part of the end zone, part of the field of play, that if anything happens in that, you got to look up and you got to watch it on the Jumbotron. And if you're doing that at a game, I always say, well, wouldn't you just be better off watching it at home?
You know what I don't like either? And this is something where I will stick up for Bills fans. They didn't put price caps, meaning when you do some of these, you can put some regulations about tickets or concessions or keeping it where people can actually afford to go. Dude, the Bills are just going to wreck fans. They are going to crush them.
They are. But in all fairness to the Bills, they have a 20-foot tall broken folding table that they built in the stadium because, they break they break tables. So they do have that sculpture in there. Maybe cool. That's where all the money is.
I still stay home, watch games, man. Ticket prices in the NFL, personal seat licenses in the NFL.
I would be so angry if I went to go see my seat and
you saw a speaker.
I would be Kirk Cousins going after Max Crosby.
Real threatening. David, some of the text. I wanted to pass that to you because it's some changes. We need to make some changes. Man, you got like 10 minutes to fix this. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, you can't rebuild the entire stadium. That's not going to happen. Text coming in regarding JJ says JJ was coddled at Michigan and Jim is no longer around to protect him. The Vikings totally reached with his selection.
Look, it happens to teams all the time. Quarterback, you either have one or you don't. It's the one position teams will get desperate.
I think Paul was right. JJ was the ultimate boom or bust because his best games was when he threw for less than 15 times a game, which that's not a good prerequisite for the NFL. So, Paul, you were right. It was either we're going to look like geniuses or we're all going to get fired. You want to make this pick?
Yeah, I mean, if your college career is basically we're only going to ask you to make one or two difficult throws a game, why did NFL teams think that would translate at a higher level where you have to make dozens of difficult throws every game?
I think part of it was the physical tools. His arm strength became legendary. It's just, he wasn't allowed to play free and loose. He's mobile, kind of.
But not Kevin O'Connell and Shanahan, to me, are two guys that could take looks like anybody, and I'll make you into a quarterback. I'll design plays to make you look good. This was one where, okay, you know what? I got too many wide receivers, especially Jefferson, angry at me. We got to fix this play. we cannot wait another year.
Go ahead, David.
He wrote it that way because every other news outlet wrote, quote, Kyler named starter. So he wanted to write something different to stand out and get clicks. Another text comes in and says, I'm both a Michigan graduate and a football fan. McCarthy sucks.
It's not hard to say it.
Okay.
It's okay. I mean, what are you going to do? It is what it is.
My offer for McCarthy would be a 9th round draft
All right.
selection.
Okay.
They really don't like J.J. McCarthy, okay? You guys have JJDS, JJ derangement syndrome. You guys are still talking about the championship-winning quarterback. Let it go already.
No, he's a cheat, and he's a weirdo, and he's not any good. It's not derangement. It's factual.
He just got benched.
He's a cheat.
That just happened.
Like, I'm sorry, but it's the same reason I don't let it go with Hinch. He cheated. He screwed the Yankees out of a World Series. He cheated.
Just let it go.
No, I don't have to. Hold on. How is it derangement? JJ bad at football. It's not. How's it derangement? He's a cheat. It's not.
Team brought in quarterback that everybody thought was no good, and he beat him out.
He's a weirdo. It's not derangement. He's a weird guy. Well, let me tell you.
But he meditates.
Okay. More performative stuff. All right, warm weather shows up. Everybody's on the road. Distracted drivers, people flying around like there's no speed limit. And then the inevitable happens, a crash. Call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Don't let the insurance company run the show. Call 855-65-CRASH. Or you can go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Doug Karsh would like to see naked. It is Paul Sarah's football list. David, give me that Doug drop to start things off. And here we are.
So I figured since you, Mike, said yesterday that you're not really that pumped and there's no real buzz for college football.
No.
I figured I would do something that maybe might get you into college football.
You'll take it back 10 years?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to present the best college football traditions, and I'm going to have you and Rico rank them on a scale of 1 to 10.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw out these aren't in any order. I'm just going to throw some at you and you can rank them.
10 being good or?
Yeah, 10 being great,
Okay.
1 being a bad tradition.
Okay.
1 being petiti.
Gotcha.
Got it.
So let's start off locally. Michigan and their fans singing Mr. Brightside.
1. It's stupid, it's synthetic, and it's a song about a guy sitting in the weird chair of a hotel room and lamenting another dude banging his girl. I don't get it. Not for me.
Basically trying to realize why I should stick around.
Right,
I'll leave it at that.
It isn't really a tradition. It started like 5 minutes ago.
They wrote the song, Mike. You didn't know that?
They invented night games. It's a 1.
It is very creepy because all of a sudden they act as if this has been around for decades and decades.
Right, it's not jump around at Wisconsin.
Right.
So if you want me to value a tradition, I need...
It's new? Yeah, but I would say a 2, but if you actually listen to the words of the song, nothing bright side about that song.
Well, speaking of that, Mike, Wisconsin jump around.
I like it.
5. I'm good with it. And I dig it. Like, remember a few years ago, Michigan was like doing the jump around and like putting chairs in the air and stuff. I'm good with it. It's I'll say a solid 5.
I'm going to go even higher. I'm going to go probably like a 7 or an 8 because from what I understand, I have yet to get to Wisconsin on my Big Ten stadium, but the actual stadium shakes is what they say. Everybody's involved. Everybody gets into it. It's not just the student section. So when it's a total buy-in, I like that. I'll go 8.
Okay.
What about the Iowa Hawkeye wave, where they wave to the hospital?
Let me be careful here.
I guess we have to say 10 or we get canceled.
No, I'll tell you where I'm just going to.
It'll be Paul and David tomorrow from 2 to 6.
Fine. I'll say it. 2.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
It's a nice thing to do, but I hate Iowa football. And honestly, half the games, I don't think those kids even are at the window. They can't bear to watch.
Why do we have to go to the window?
Don't. I'm comfortable. I don't want to do this. What do I care? They've punted 3 times in the first quarter. 2. Can't do it.
I'm going to save the show, Paul. I'm going to say a 5.
2.
A 5 just because it's one of those that even the opposing team goes and does the wave as well.
All right, what about West Virginia country roads?
Solid. I'll put that in the jump around range. I know other teams have picked up country roads, but for West Virginia, that's a thing. I want to go to a West Virginia game, not because I care about college football anymore. I want to see that. Also, how did West Virginia become the home of pepperoni rolls? What a weird thing. I'll say 5.
New Yorkers moved there?
To West Virginia?
I don't know, maybe a lot of the Italians stopped right there out on the way.
Is it better for the no teeth?
Okay. It's just remarkable. I'll say 5.
David, you drove through West Virginia. You tell me. I still can't believe that story. I'm like,
whoa, please. And that's what they said to me as I drove by.
They probably stopped and like, wait, you actually wanted to drive through our state? You know what? Let him go. Let him go. He's brave.
I didn't know Wojo was from West Virginia.
I would say,
oh boy,
yeah, I like it. Once again, I like it. It's their song, makes sense. So I'll give that one an 8.
Yeah, it's not like Mr. Brightside.
Yes.
Let's go with Virginia Tech Enter Sandman.
10. One of the 3 or 4 best things in the sport. I know VTech sucks now, but man, Lane Stadium at night, Enter Sandman, Beamer Ball.
With the light show that they do with it. Yeah.
That's a 10 for me, dog. Yeah. Even though they stink now.
Yes, same thing. I like the whole production that they do with it. And it's, once again, it's theirs. You know, Enter Sandman, you automatically thinking VTech.
Yes.
David
doesn't even want to give an opinion.
What about the Colorado Ralphie's Run?
I'm not trying to be difficult. A 4 or a 5. Like I'm okay with it. It's like Bevo. I'm fine. It doesn't do a lot for me, but I'll say a 5. I'll put it right there with Jump Around and Country Roads.
I'm gonna say no, dog.
A 0?
I'm gonna see if I can get 2 or 3. It's like, okay, you're running this animal out there who probably hates his life and doesn't want to be there. It's only fun when he knocks somebody over.
All right, maybe I'll put it down with Iowa waving to the kids who hate the football team. It's probably the same thing. Like, I don't want to do this.
Right, Bevo the same way. Like, boy, let me off this chain and watch what I can do.
Noted.
All right, let's wrap things up here with a recent tradition that's just gone on a few years now, and that's Michigan State missing out on a bowl game.
A 10. It's fabulous. If it were up to me, they'd bulldoze the stadium.
That's what David had. That's what he was saying.
That's fine. It's fine. MSU's the dumbest school in America. They don't even have traditions anymore. They used to have the Spartan Chariot, and they got rid of the damn thing.
They got the curly shuffle. They got melting moments, Mike. What do you
the
want
dog.
from me? What do you want from me?
His name is Zeke.
Zeke, the Wonder Dog, and they got melting moments.
And they can't afford his NIL. He's transferred. Zeke is now at Western.
Well, the new Zeke is now there.
Oh, no. Yeah. There's a new Zeke?
There's a new Zeke.
Oh, dear.
Yeah. So we got melting moments, but what do you want?
Nothing. Honestly.
That was just mean and hurtful, David, because of Mr. Brightside. You know what? Let's hope you never have to sing that song, okay?
What about War Eagle? There's so many of these you missed. The Masked Rider at Texas Tech.
Howard's Rock.
Yeah, well, that one bothers me.
Dotting the I at Ohio State.
Oh, with that Zeusophone or whatever the hell it is?
Takes too long. Way too long.
Yeah,
that's a 2 for me. But no, like Clemson running down the hill, love that.
Yeah, but they show up in buses.
Right, but they take the bus from one half of the stadium to the other.
All right,
that's
fine.
Baller move.
Okay, all right, fine. Everything's fine.
David, you just mean.
What about the Purple Haze at East Carolina? Okay, let's keep it moving.
What about the Tiger?
What, at LSU?
Yeah.
Well, he's not in a, what do you call it? He's in a...
Run the Tiger on the field and you get a 10.
They built a jungle for him. It's outside the bookstore.
But if they took the Tiger and ran him out on the field, that's a 10 out of 10.
No, that's a liability nightmare. Oh, my God. 97-1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers and Guardians clash here on 97.1 in a pivotal series for both teams. Tigers coming off a 7-2 road trip. The Guardians have only won 3 games in their last 10. One of the reasons for their struggles, Jose Ramirez hasn't quite been himself after returning from injury. Longtime broadcaster Tom Hamilton told me the following. .640 the first pitch, unless rain gets in the way here on 97.1. Drew Anderson heads to the mound against Tanner Bybee. Tigers reliever Emmanuel DeJesus was placed on the paternity list. Tanner Rainey replaces him on the roster. Wenzel Perez rehab has been paused. His vision has yet to go back to normal. Detroit's first-round pick from this season, Cameron Flukie, will make his Tigers debut at Low A Wednesday. We're flying Tigers voice Aaron Arnstein. Jordan Schultz says the Giants will host Terrion Arnold for a visit tomorrow. The Vikings have informed Kyler Murray he'll be the starting quarterback over former Michigan signal caller J.J. McCarthy. Bears safety Kobe Bryant will be out 4 to 6 months after knee surgery, and the Pistons will be the first team to tip off the NBA regular season October 20th. They're a part of a triple header that day on NBC. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you. We've covered a hell of a lot of stuff, from the current state of NIL with pricing for each position. ESPN had a really interesting long-form piece. I don't know if reading's your thing, but it's really interesting. A lot of quotes. Talk Tigers and kind of your level of engagement. We talked a little about Duren. We do need to bring this up. I want to play this piece of Dan Campbell audio. And I want you to decode it for me. There's a lot going on here. David, do you have that queued up? Perfect. You're amazing as always. Here's Dan Campbell regarding Brian Branch, Kirby Joseph. Tell me where we're at here. Can you just unpack this for me? Because I'm still, look, I understand they do not owe us the answers. But what is the Branch plan? Is the Branch plan he practices in September and we maybe see you in mid-October? Like what?
That's what I picked up.
Okay, so am I to believe then, A, Branch is 6, 7, 8 weeks in, and now Kirby Joseph, who said he wouldn't be on the PUP list, but was. Mm-hmm. His rehab's going good, but he has a personal issue, and I'm not getting into people's personal lives. Right. Hey, I hope everything's okay. So are we looking at both safeties out? Like we don't even get to see if Kirby can still play football until we see Branch play football? Like, unpack this for me. And Lions fans, help me with it. Where are you at when we play that audio? What do you take from that?
Mike, he seemed very hesitant, Dan Campbell did, to speak, as if he didn't want to misspeak and he didn't want to be held accountable to something that he would have to walk back a little bit later. But yes, what I picked up on that was, okay, we're going to put him in the same camp as Brian Branch, and we all know, hey, Branch is maybe starts practice at the end of this month in September. I look forward to him starting again after the bye week. So it would be like week 7 against Green Bay, that game. That tells me that Kirby Joseph is kind of on that same pathway, that they're hoping everything goes well and you'd see both starting corners against the Packers.
The other thing to remember too is if you're not going to make week 1, you probably IR the player and get the 4-week window. Now, all the organization has said is we are not going to rush Brian Branch back. Branch is off a catastrophic injury with an Achilles, and I need to see what he looks like even when he is back. I'd still be really shocked if he were back to start the year. So I'm just making an assumption as we sit here today, October at the earliest.
No, I look at Branch as practicing, but you're right. You throw him on the IR, and after 4 weeks, you can bring him off. But I think the bye week being early could be a blessing in disguise for this team.
Yeah.
Let's just try to get through the first 6 weeks.
I was going to say, you know when I need him back? Week 7 against the Pack.
Yeah.
The same game that the Pack is targeting for Micah Parsons to be back.
Yeah.
Show me my start. Now, the problem I have is, am I wrong? I have no faith Kirby Joseph is Kirby Joseph. I'll put stock in Branch, even though I don't see too many guys blowing Achilles in the secondary and end up the same. But Kirby, it's all weird to me.
Mike, as the drop says, something's wrong here. There's just something that everybody's tap dancing around, and they say it without saying it, and they're very, hey, things and stuff. And anything. When Kirby came out, I think you may have been gone. David, I think Mike was gone when Kirby came out and was like, basically, it's up to God, and I need your prayers.
No, we were here.
Okay, yeah.
We were here because he was like, remember I said, like, dude, I have to, like, translate this? It's like, knee not good. God knows. I'm like, wow, okay, what are we doing here?
Right. When it goes that far, that tells me you are hoping against hope that you get some good news from somewhere, and
Plus,
you need some divine intervention.
And now he's not in camp. And players have personal lives. I have no qualms about that. I'm just making a point. Like, I know the team doesn't, and it's not in their best interest to probably provide the best updates. But these are first of all, I think they're two different scenarios. Branch has a way better chance of coming back because we have this injury. We know what the injury is. It's about working your way back to being your best self. Kirby's is way different.
We don't know.
Well, you've had people weigh in on this from the medical community who say he's never going to be right, that he's never going to live out that contract, that he's not going to be able to be a high usage player, and that ultimately this will boil down to how much pain can he handle. None of those things are good.
Right.
But I wanted to get a sense from you and David, Paul, and certainly you, the listener. I mean, look, Cade Mays, I talked about yesterday. The safeties is a known issue. But am I wrong in just viewing this that we're not going to see them until week 7 at the earliest?
I don't think you're wrong, David, real quick. I don't think you're wrong, but I do think that a lot of people are just whistling past the graveyard with this whole secondary issue of, well, we'll be fine. This defense, we'll put the pressure on the quarterback. Really? Because you didn't really do that last year. So I thought the defense was the same. What are you going to do for that? Like, yes, right now more people are focused on the offensive line. I get it because it's, you got to protect Goff, and you just signed for Gibbs, but then getting reports that Rakestraw's not really having a great camp. Huh?
See, I'm careful with all the camp. See, this is the
no.
I got to be careful.
Here's why I'm not careful with that. I'm going to take that a little more than because normally, Mike, what do we hear at camp? Oh, this is the great. He's the best shape of his life. He's great. We always say, man, I love for a coach to come out and be like, yeah, this guy's no good. Well, they just kind of said that. Yeah, he's not having the greatest camp. That speaks volumes because every camp, all 85 players, man, they're on the up and up and can't wait to see this guy on the field. For a coach to have concern, you don't get that often. So I'm going to listen to that a little louder than I would, oh, well, he's playing great and he's in the best shape of his life.
See, my biggest concern with this team before Cade Mays went down was the secondary. The secondary concerned me because I don't believe that Kirby Joseph is going to return. And even if he does, he will not be the same Kirby Joseph. So that alone has you concerned. And then when you knew Branch was going to come back, hopefully October, the timeline there. But yeah, I think you're right, Rico. People are kind of ignoring the secondary as being an issue when it's a glaring issue to me. And the Dan Campbell audio here, he seems to be searching for words.
Well,
He's searching for how to say what to say.
Let me defend Dan Campbell for a minute. What is he supposed to say? Kirby has done some weird stuff on social. You have an injury that is shrouded in weirdness. Yeah, and look, in fairness, Dan is going to be asked about this. But David, I don't know what he's supposed to say.
If the message is he's still on the Branch plan, then say it without the hesitation. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think they're both going to be PUP to start the year. I think they both missed the first month. I think Branch comes back, but he's not the same, and he's got to work himself into being the same, maybe in 2027. And Kirby comes back for 10 minutes, and he's gone. Because, again, we haven't seen him since he basically danced out of the injury tent. He crawled in like he was in the Army, and he danced out. And that's the last we've ever seen of him. And, look, I don't want to speak out of turn, but it would sure seem like it's a cartilage issue. And guess what doesn't regenerate? Cartilage. So I just don't have hopes for him. Branch, I think, can still be functional. When I say he's not himself, I think Brian Branch is capable of being a superstar. Yeah. I don't know that you're getting that year one off an Achilles.
And when they always speak about Branch, it's so definitive. Like, oh, yeah, Branch is healing, Branch is doing this, Branch is doing that. Kirby is, well, like he's looking for the right things to say without sounding too discouraging. So that's where I've always said, man, this is going to be a problem. And then they put all their eggs in the Terrion Arnold basket, and that basket got sat on.
Well, the other thing too, and let's be fair about this. Like I understand when I say this, people are going to freak out. I don't think there's any pumpkins in this division at quarterback. I know they'll say Kyler Murray, but Kyler going to Kevin O'Connell, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If you can fix Sam Darnold, you can fix anything. When you look at Kyler Murray, Jordan Love, and Caleb Williams, and then you look at the secondary and what you might be without or what might be compromised, that's just more of a big picture concern. Mm-hmm. I still think the Lions are going to be a good football team, but my baseline for good football teams, I don't care if we were doing radio in New England. I tell you 10 wins. Like I'll say 10 wins here. I don't do the 12, 13 win stuff.
No. But
I can't do that.
Mike, here's the thing, and I think I heard you talking about it yesterday. If you just subtract one game from your original total, look, last year between first and last place was, 2 games? So, yes, you're very close. Without having that secondary there is very concerning. And for anybody who sits there and says, well, Kyler Murray's no good, he's short, he's this and that and the other, if you're gonna discount Kyler Murray, then you have to discount Petzing, your offensive coordinator, because they came from the same place.
Well, I would.
And everybody told me Petzing now has toys to play with.
Maybe the thing is this. The biggest way to learn why not to do that is what all of us did with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
I mean, Jared Goff was sent here to die. Jared Goff was sent here. He was benched in L.A. Sean McVay hated him. He started John Wofford in a playoff game. And all Goff has come here and done is reclaim his career, be a top 12 QB, and be a really good football player. Like, I'm going to leave space for the pedigree of a former number 1 pick and a guy, look, he's going to Kevin O'Connell, who, along with a Ben Johnson, along with a Sean Payton, along with a Shanahan, maybe an Andy Reid. I mean, these are the best at what they do in the sport. This is a good quarterback division, man. So, yeah, that is part of where I don't have faith in Kirby. I just don't. And I'm not a doctor. I'm trying to give you my best sense of it. Branch, I still think, yeah, okay, fine. He misses the first 4 games, and you come back, you practice, you ramp up. Are we sure off an Achilles? I'd feel so much more confident off an ACL. An Achilles is a very difficult injury.
From what I understand, the Achilles, the major part of that is the mental. You have to trust that because you're always thinking, man, what if it pops again? Physically, he's ready to go about now, but it's mentally being able to make that cut and plant and not second guessing yourself thinking, I don't want to go back through all this rehab again. The secondary, problematic. It hurt yesterday when you had some news of what happened in your offensive line because I do believe this team's going to have to outscore people, especially in your own division, where going forward it's a prerequisite. You're just going to do that.
Well, they're an offensive team.
Yeah.
And that's who they are, and that's okay. You primarily need to be an offensive team to win it all in this league. You do. So that I'd love to know where people are at, because this 24 hours, it's been a little bumpy for the preseason. I mean, you got Pacheco, who's not going to be around all camp. He's got an MCL injury. You lost Cade Mays, and again, I knew what everybody at the station would do. I did before they even got on the air. They'd all minimize it. How do you minimize it when you were touching your plums that you signed the guy? You can't have it both ways, man. This ain't Burger King.
His backup's better.
Got it. And then, look, now today you get the update on Kirby and Branch, and it's a little odd. Where are you at with this stuff? That's the only stuff I take out of camp. Injuries. I don't care who's having a good camp or a bad camp. I don't value camp. I'm not trying to sandbag it. I know we got shows going down there. I'm just...
Because it's like a spring game. If the defense is good, that means the offense is bad. If the offense is good, that means your defense is bad.
Or none of it means anything. When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose successfully has specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Extensive experience means when you are facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on them. Law firms come and go, but 30 years of experience, testament to Maurice and Jerry. Their experienced team's ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income tax or payroll taxes. And AbrahamandRose.com, or you can call 248-539-5040 so you never have to deal with the IRS again. We'll get a few of the calls. I have to tell you, I sampled, David, that Rich Eisen audio. Oh, my God. Rico, you need a wellness check on Eisen. He's taking the JJ news hard. It's like a funeral. I am, how can you be this deluded?
Bro, it's 10 minutes long, so we were trying to sift through to find the best quote because
it's unreal.
Paul's working on it now.
No, it's unbelievable. I just, dude, Rich, I get it. You went to school there. Like, here's an idea. I went to State. Connor Cook sucks. End. Like, he's acting like his son just got laid off.
So are we allowed to have this same show when Cousins loses his job eventually to Mendoza? Well,
I hate Kirk Cousins as a pro. I loved him as a Spartan. I hate him as a pro. This is not a thing for us State folks. It's remarkable. JJ's bad, Rich. It's okay.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like this where two national guys are like, I could see if you were from, hey, I love Michigan.com website. Okay.
Bro,
Rich?
They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Rich, go get a Snickers.
I'm going to tell you.
You're not yourself.
At one point, about 3 minutes into this, his voice cracks. It's remarkable. It's remarkable. All right, we'll move on. David, the text.
I think they needed JJ to be good to say, no. It was legitimate. He's an NFL quarterback.
It was not, and he is not. It's okay. Quarterback busts happen. It's not a big deal.
He did not.
You got it. Dude, it's unbelievable. David, go ahead. I'm sorry.
We listened to some of it in the break.
I didn't mean to sidetrack what we're doing here.
A text here on the Kirby Joseph stuff. Someone says, how is, quote, I like where Kirby's at, the case if he's not in training camp getting ready for week 1? That was confusing.
This is why I brought this up. There's a lot going on, and I'm trying to be very fair. I like Dan Campbell. I think Dan Campbell's a good coach. I think he tries to be honest. And Lord knows players love him. He's in a really rough spot here. You're dealing with a player who has mystery injury plus a personal situation and this weird, endless timeline. I don't know what Dan could do. I'm trying to show him some grace. The Branch thing is just, to me, it's more cut and dry. We'll see you week 7. There's no world I'm rushing a player back of his ability off a blown Achilles. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. For Kirby, I really believe they would just try it in camp and know that he couldn't do it and he just wouldn't be around. Now it seems like he'll be back when Branch is back.
Now it seems like they don't want to even take the chance on trying it for fear of any type of a setback. So.
See, but that's the weird thing because that's what he's saying, that he's on the Branch plan, but he's also not there. So,
well, technically, if you start working out at the end of camp into September, he still would fall into that timeline. He speaks very gingerly when he talks about Kirby. Like I said, Branch, he's definitive. He's coming along. I like this. We may see him early. I wouldn't be shocked. Like, you could tell. I've talked to the trainers. I've talked to the doctors, and yeah, he's going to be okay. With Kirby is
things.
Stuff.
We'll go to James, 97.1.
We both bottom.
Whoa. All right, James, we'll let you get it together. We'll get back to you there in a moment. We'll go to Matthew, 97.1. Matty, what's good, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey. Good. What's on your mind?
Okay, I echo the sentiment that the safeties are going to be the Achilles heel of the whole team this year. I think best case scenario, both of them come back and they are 3/4 to about half of where they used to be. You know, these are big injuries. We don't really know what's going on. I'm telling them we got to start trying to trade for a safety or someone soon, because I think even the best case, it's going to put, we don't really have a great secondary. When we really went super far, it was because we had that really great, safety play. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I'm worried. I'm a little worried as a fan.
I think it's okay to be concerned. I know that, if you're concerned about something, you're viewed as a hater or a bad fan or whatever. But Matthew, I think it's natural. It's okay to be concerned. Now, they've brought in some pieces. I mean, obviously, Avonte Maddox. They got Izzy in. Now, here's your problem. This is what always happens. Izzian was so bad, he played his way out of Tampa. Now, again, new faces, new places. Maybe you fix him. But I don't view that as some great option. You know, McCreary for Amik, cool. I got the slot nickel covered, no problem. I'm with Rico. The outside corner position, that's an issue. Yeah. It just is to me. So all in, the secondary won't be a strength. Can the front seven do what they need to do?
And I saw what they brought Diggs in.
The Trayvon Diggs thing kills me because he hasn't been relevant in this league in 5 years. And even the 2021 season with the 11 picks, go back to the anatomy of that season. He was gambling nonstop. He was jumping routes, you know, and again, he would give up big plays. So it was a boom or bust thing. That's a hard way to make a career in this league. Then fast forward. You have Trayvon Diggs, who, look, they didn't sign, so I'm not killing the team. It's missed, I think he missed 9 games 2 years ago, and he missed 16 games last year. Right. Then he had the weird thing, he didn't want to rehab with the team, and he went his own way. Buddy, I don't view that as a thing. And to Matthew, if you're still listening, trading for a safety this time of year ain't a thing. That's just not a thing. Now, if someone cuts a vet,
there it is.
You might be able to bring somebody in. I think there'll be an element of Legion of Whom to this secondary. Look, DJ Reed is going to be the linchpin. I thought DJ Reed was terrible last year, and he battled some injuries. Guess what? He's hurt again right now. DJ Reed, if he can't be CB1 and be a lockdown player, then this whole thing's going to take on a way different tenor.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking that you're probably looking at some cap casualty veterans at corner and safety. Let's see who gets cut, and we'll roll the dice on these guys and maybe have to just sign them for these 1-year deals.
It's also the front seven is going to have to do their effing job, and that's not with sacks that take 10 seconds. You brought in Derek Moore. You've got Aleem McNeil in a show or go year. He has got to be the old Aleem, a disruptor. Aleem is not there to be a space eater. Oh, no. He has to be a disruptor. Now, the problem is schematically, a lot of what they do up front, they don't ask their guys to get upfield. They ask them to basically occupy,
contain,
and keep the linebackers clean. You can see it if you watch the games or watch the tape. Aleem McNeil's job is to get up the field. So I think part of his commentary last year of they're asking me to do X, Y, and Z, they're asking him to be someone he's not.
Yeah. If a play goes longer than 5.5 seconds, this team's going to be toast. And I know it's easy to say that's any team, but
Jesus, 5.5. How about 3?
No, but just with your secondary, at that point,
yeah,
somebody's wide open. And now Caleb or Love or somebody's just up, and there he is, touchdown.
We'll get more to people. I know, David, we got to be timely. I'll get to the text. I want to get to all the phone calls as well. We'll take you up to Tiger Baseball. We're good for an on-time start, correct? Seems like
right now, yes.
Yeah.
It ain't right now.
No, I'm just making sure because I know the weather was getting a little sketchy.
It's
in
a
the
bubble over that stadium never gets rain.
Okay. Doppler Rico.
We've been waiting all season for
You
this
did
rain.
fly the Sky Fox.
Yes, I did, Mike.
What was it called? I never get it right.
The Sky Fox.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. The Doppler Rico. Did you actually go up in that thing?
Yeah.
I don't like helicopters.
I didn't fly. I loved it.
Oh, no.
Man,
I don't know, man. Helicopters freak me out.
And the greatest trip was we flew from here to MSU. It took like 15 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, you can go like 140, 150 miles an hour.
See, that's why we just need to turn our highways into the Autobahn. Why the hell we got speed limits in this state?
Well, you know what? There was no other chopper, so I didn't have to worry about him hitting anything.
All right, fair enough. 15 minutes to get up the state?
Yeah. Because he was like, oh, no. I was like, can I take a nap? He was like, nah, we'll be there before you fall asleep. He was right. Fantastic. You know I fall asleep quickly.
It's remarkable. It's quite a talent. 97.1. All right, I'm going to get to the people, but see, this is where Paul Serra is a production genie. So I intimated the Rich Eisen audio was awkward. So, like, J.J. McCarthy, I think we all knew the minute they brought Kyler in, J.J. wasn't going to be the starter. He's terrible. And then Adam Schefter did his weird thing. Well, he's forced to be a backup. You know, they won 6 of his 10 starts. He was awful. He completed like 54% of his passes, 12 picks, fumbles, couldn't throw the ball. I digress. Well, then I sampled the Rich Eisen show, which is one of the great mistakes of my day. You would have thought he lost a child. So, Paul, we have this?
We do. It's a bit longer, but I didn't want to cut it because even David said about a minute into it, it sounded like he was getting choked up a bit.
What did I say to you? I said I thought his voice cracked. I want to like anything half as much as this guy likes J.J. McCarthy. Can we do this?
The beginning of the video, Mike, is what I think you listened to, and it's sort of like it's a little bit of that, but it's toward the end of the video where it's really kind of embarrassing.
He started his show like the day Walter Cronkite came on to announce that Kennedy got assassinated. It's unbelievable. Hold on. So oh boy. Let's play this. All right, go ahead. Oh, my God.
That's not real. That's AI.
That reminds me of the old SNL skit, Jack Handy, Deep Thoughts. You're good enough, JJ. You're smart enough, and damn it, people like you.
Quarterback take away Tom Brady and
oh my God! I got to be honest. Listen, hey, you get things right, you get things wrong. You can say, hey, that's embarrassing. Let me tell you something. That audio, that's embarrassing.
They got rid of Sam Darnold.
What the hell?
You made a mistake and gave yourself the name.
What is this guy, Coach Carter? Are you motivating your child? What is that? How on earth?
Gino just threw 3 picks, and they're going to start him. You keep your head up. You keep your head up.
Bro. He went to Rudy. He went to the Rudy speech.
Damn.
It's tough, man.
He's going to show up in Minnesota and throw his button up on the table in front of Kevin O'Connell and say, you got to start him.
For JJ, Coach. Bruh. Like Eisen goes and drops his microphone on O'Connell's desk for JJ.
He's more like Ozzie Davis in School Days.
Does that strike anyone else as weird, or am I just mean?
Text here from Tom in Flat Rock. I've been less emotional about losing certain family members than Richie is about JJ losing his job.
You keep your head up, JJ.
Thank you. I'm like, JJ, the bottom line is your whole life is ahead of you. Rich, are you a sports talk host, or are you this kid's parent? What, are you kidding me?
You made the mistake in giving yourself 9, and there's means about you, and
it
people are
vicious.
being mean. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So are the ethnic and racial slurs currently flying in on ticket tax. Like, what? Rich, what are we doing?
Did he really say QBU? WTF? Did I miss something?
Right. I'm like, okay, Tom Brady, Hall of Famer.
Whoa, Joe, please.
And Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, that was SNL Stuart Smiley, someone says. Yeah.
That is unreal.
JJ, you're good enough. You're
smart enough. And damn it, I love you. That's my quarterback.
That's what it sounded like. Only thing missing was Terrell Owens.
Dude, that is so weird. Like,
it sounded like he was talking to his son.
Like, that would be the equivalent of Rico or I caping up for, like, Connor Cook. Connor Cook sucked. You are not the Raiders quarterback. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. You're terrible.
They made a mistake, and they brought in this other guy, and you got injured and hurt.
And no one came to your birthday party. You're terrible.
It was supposed to be your time.
This was supposed to be
your
you.
time.
Oh, my God. Then I think, like, first of all, I don't even, where is that show on? It's not on radio anymore. What is it?
Is it now ESPN?
I think he's back on ESPN somehow.
He is?
I have no idea.
Like,
the only thing that was missing was you may be number 9, but you're number 1 in our hearts.
Yes. Yeah. Paul, I swear to God.
You know what?
Do you like anything in your life the way he likes JJ?
You know what? Maybe he even took a moment to meditate on his show. JJ, this is for you.
It's probably a good time just to segue right into Moran Buick GMC in Sterling Heights. Great tailgate starts with the right truck. JJ, if you want to sell some trucks, maybe Brian will hire you up there. 26 GMC Sierra Elevation, $200 a month. I can't. Yeah, shop 9. I still can't believe what I just heard. All right, or a 26 Buick Envision, $200 a month. Both leases 24 months, $999 down, 10,000 miles a year. So whether you're loading up for game day, heading up north, or packing up your gear and leaving Vikings facility, Moran Buick GMC in Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them, Van Dyke, just south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers getting ready for their 640 series opener here on 97.1 against the Guardians. Here's A.J. Hinch's lineup. McGonigal, Torres, and Dingler at the top. Green, Keith, and Torkelson in the middle. Clark, Baez, and McKinstry rounded out with Drew Anderson on the mound. Clark excited for his home debut. Anderson still being stretched out on the mound. His first start as a member of the rotation last week saw him go 3 2/3 innings of scoreless ball. After the birth of a baby girl, reliever Emmanuel DeJesus has been placed on the paternity list. Tanner Rainey has been recalled. Rainey has pitched in 2 big league games for the Tigers this season. Wenzel Perez has been pulled from his rehab start. His vision isn't fully back yet after that freak injury. Jack Flaherty is, quote, increasing intensity, volume, and distance, end quote, as he rehabs back. Lions coach Dan Campbell told the media he liked where Kirby Joseph's injury recovery is at, but he's currently away from the team for personal reasons. Bears safety Kobe Bryant will be out 4 to 6 months after knee surgery. The NBA announced that the Pistons will be a part of a tip-off triple header on Tuesday, October 20th against the Celtics. After eligibility rules change, former MSU hoops player Jackson Kohler has been exploring a return. Add Louisville to the list of teams interested in him for John Rothstein. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, good at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
What Jeremy just said, and I know he's not trying to be provocative, but it really warms me up. Jackson Kohler was in the summer league. You left.
You can do that now. There's no rules.
No, that's my problem. He's like 25.
I'm with you. It's ridiculous.
This is insane. Like I said,
somebody get him some party favor and a hat. And one of those. Welcome to 2026.
No, I know. No, I know, and you're both right, and I own that. I just I brought this up yesterday, Jeremy. Like Justin Flo.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who's like a top 5 player out of high school in the 2019-2020 recruiting class. Okay, he played 3 years at Oregon. Then he transferred to Arizona. Then he sat out a year. Then he went to UNLV. Now he's back at UNLV again. You could have been in 6th grade when he started college football, and you yourself are now like a junior in college. I think it's what both of you said. The fact that there are no rules on any portion of it.
No.
I could say it couldn't get worse, but I don't know. I mean, it keeps it keeps getting worse. They keep proving us wrong.
Yeah.
I'm fine if you wanted to leave and go pro and you didn't get drafted, you went to the summer league. You're done. You're done.
But yeah, once that the judge came out and said that it was okay, guys, wow, I could maybe make the NBA, NFL, or I can go back to some guaranteed money, 1 more year in college, make 2. Jackson Kohler, Mike, if somebody has the money, he's going to make.
Do you notice who was on his list?
Louisville?
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll make at least $2 million.
Well, plus he'll be good on that team. Kelsey, the way that they play and shooting threes, and he can be the spacer.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for those guys, a lot of teams have already, not only have they it sounds funny, they're out of scholarships, but more importantly,
they're out of money.
Fair.
I mean, if that wasn't the case, he'd be on State's roster, right?
I mean, Izzo was like, yeah, we don't have any more money. We spent it all. Sorry. We'd love to have you back. Wow. But yes. That's where we are now.
Sorry, didn't mean to hijack.
It was because I forgot it was an offensive lineman. I think
Jeremy's been doing this lately. He's been very provocative in these updates.
Well, no, it's an offensive lineman who went. He was at 2 NFL camps, and now he's going back to Texas.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Evan was telling me about it.
Oh God.
Yeah,
How old is he?
Former Texas center. I guess I can't say former because he's going back.
Yeah, he's going back.
Well, maybe the Lions could use him. Maybe he'll come.
Texas don't run out of money. I mean, it was estimated they are spending $48 million on their football team this fall.
Wow.
Yeah. It's like, what planet are we
on? I'm anxious to see how Snow does at Texas, because that's where he's at. He transferred to Texas.
Who?
Percy's kid, Darius.
He's at Texas?
Texas.
What? Did not know that. Wow.
I mean, no, Eric's kid.
He's got one leg.
Yeah,
Are you're being real?
Yeah, he transferred to Texas.
And Darius, he was a good kid. He was an okay player, but injuries derailed him. Here's my thing. Do these schools look at who they're paying? That's like when Oklahoma signed Spencer Brown. You and I looked at each other and I went, that's the worst right tackle in state history. What was Oklahoma looking at?
I remember a guy called and was like, no. So what's the real deal? I was like,
he stinks.
Well, we can fix him. You guys just didn't know how to coach him. I was like, okay, good luck with that. I was like, he gave up a lot of big plays.
Dude, my all-time, like my spite offensive line, left tackle would be Jared Horst, right? Because anytime we'd have a big play, he'd take a personal foul.
Right. Now, he just didn't know how to stop when the whistle blew.
And Spencer Brown was all-time bad.
I think,
right. Oh, my God.
I like Spencer, but, yeah, he just.
Wow.
Yeah.
If you tell me
Good kid.
Hold on. Is Frankie Finn back? Your favorite QB? You get mad anytime I bust his balls because, like, the family? What's his first name?
DeQuan.
Oh, DeQuan.
Yeah. It's fantastic. Is he back again?
I don't think
we
he's
back for year 10?
I think he's done.
Yeah, sure.
You know what? You can never be sure with the NCAA.
Yeah, double check for me. That kid's on the lifetime plan. He was like Miami, Ohio last year.
I think he left Miami, Ohio in the middle of the season to prepare for the NFL draft, remember?
To prepare for what?
I think he got an NIL deal with AARP. So he may be back.
Yeah, it says on November 14th, he announced he was no longer with the program, citing NFL draft preparation.
Yeah, I remember he did. So technically, he still got some games. Question mark?
You guys enjoy it. Dave, a couple of texts. We'll get to Tiger baseball. And if you're all in, you're all in. Let's see what the hell the team does. I'm just glad Scooble's not around. I don't have to listen to him talk.
Well, you will, but this text actually just came in. It says, Mike, I absolutely love when you bring up DeQuan Finn. That is the greatest story on this show.
You have to understand something. Years ago, in like the early days of me and Jim doing Cash Ticket, Toledo was famous for this. He would be questionable for every game. You couldn't get an injury update on DeQuan Finn to save your life. He was like Darkman. It was like if you wanted CIA files on somebody. So then you'd get an announcement, he'll play, except he wouldn't. And then there'd be an announcement, not going to play, and then he would. Or it'd be the ever popular random disappearance mid-game. Now, when he would play, he also really delighted in throwing the ball to the other team. So Cookies hated this kid.
You cannot contain or categorize. Look, DeQuan is you can't do it. You can't.
You're gonna cry like Rich Eisen.
Yeah. This is Rico on DeQuan Finn.
Finn, look,
it was vicious.
I know you didn't end the way you wanted to, but you know what? You'll make it.
You're only 33. There's plenty of time.
You'll be okay.
Dude, that Eisen audio is all time.
You went to quarterback high school.
Okay.
This text for you, Paul. Congratulations, Paul, for putting together 4 words in order unknown to mankind. I'm a Marlins fan.
4 words no one has ever heard before.
Hey, there's 1 in 10 of us.
Truth. Enjoy your Tiger baseball. We'll talk about everything tomorrow, and we have our quarterback symposium. It's 97.